Am I back? I have no idea why, but OBS decided to disconnect. I don't know if it had to do with the lightning or not. Because there was literally a bolt of lightning, and then like 2 seconds later, I hear and my computer just decides to have OBS disconnect. I have fucked this up. That does not look like it goes there. These tiny zippers just fucking suck sometimes. I'm glad I bought, like, industrial zippers for my hip area. These ones, I can't get a good enough grip on the actual zipper to pull it past whatever microscopic hair it thinks it's stuck on. It just slid from my fingertips and it hurt. Oh no. Oh no, the back part's unzipping all on its own. That's not good either. The zipper has decided to be stupid. I'm wondering if I can just pop it out and fix it after. That's not what I meant by popping out, because that's the part it stops at. Hope I didn't just break it. I don't think I did. Compressor has synergy with secondary, innervate, and mist. And Mrs. Build what? Oh, the compressor has synergy with secondary innervate and Mrs. Build more crit. I don't understand what you're saying. get the camera in a second. YouTube short explained that you're being inefficient when using the compressor effectively. Ah. I am so annoyed with these stupid little zippers. Sometimes they work perfectly. Sometimes they just want to be dumb. I'm so tempted to just glue it closed because I don't know if I'll ever take it off this way. I just wanted it there as an option in case it was bothering me. Can I even get it back on this side, or did I fuck it up? To go. So that side's on. This side. To just not be an asshole. How hard is that? I don't have time for the zipper to just be a little shit. Trying to use mag in the compressor and wasn't getting the results you desired. Your hearing is the most effective with compressor when using Hildren. Can't see where you're aiming at with the Hildren. She's so damn thick. Hello, Marshmallow. I'm very sad right now. Why can't? Oh, yay. I'm just hot gluing the back of this together. I don't even care right now. The wrists won't be able to fully come off, but as long as I detach them if I need to, stress, I don't care. Now, little fucking zipper will not be able to accidentally fall apart. Maga's your least used frame and you're trying to get used to her more. More of a brawler type. Shall I recommend, instead of something like a compressor, use something with a high punch through. Anything with 100% punch through or anything like that works amazing with her bubble because it'll actually shoot more than one shot. So if you put one bullet in to the bubble and it has high punch through, it will just keep going in her bubble through and through and through and through the enemies. So if you keep throwing more bullets in there that all have high punch through, then they won't dissolve after they hit one of the enemies inside the bubble. It doesn't matter. Anything high punch through, it doesn't matter what it is. You know what? This is just getting glued. In that spot even more. I don't care. And just pretend that it's a functioning zipper. It's not actually going to be functional on this hand. Because it keeps undoing. I don't have the time or the patience to fix it. But yeah, you can look up which weapons have like high punch throughs and stuff. And it's supposed to work really well with her. If you're using, is that her second ability? Yeah, her second ability. Don't even care. Good enough. Okay, we're gonna check it out. It's fun to play with many utility moves. Yeah. But it just works really well. Punch through weapons. Also, if the punch through weapon also has a high fire rate, then that's great too. Because then you can shoot multiple of whatever that bullet is in there. So even if it's a weapon that doesn't have a significant amount of damage, if you can pump a ton of bullets into the bubble that are just constantly in there, it doesn't have to have high damage from the get-go. It's able to... It's just able to keep hitting the same enemy with the same... hitting the enemies with the same bullet over and over again. Look at that! I actually know how one of the abilities of the Warframe actually works. I don't do builds. I can't give you the exact build, and I don't remember which weapon has the highest punch through. But I do know that that's a thing for her. Alright. My phone battery is dying, so I can't. I like having chat over here. You're the expert of Banshee. What are you talking about? Why are you shooting yourself, Bubble? Exactly. Exactly. so these are good. They're glued, they're done. So for a minute. Some more black paint. I'm pretty sure I should be able to get these wrist cuffs and stuff on and off without the zipper. But I do think the zipper adds to the nice aesthetic. Even though I've fucked up that whole spot, but I honestly don't care right now. If I were to redo this, I already know how I would do it differently, but I can't redo it, so here we are. I think I am gonna start painting the third ability crystal. Something that has to be done for me to feel like this whole cosplay is done, so. I think that's what I'm gonna do tonight. As I said before, once I start adding some of the other colors and whatnot, it hides a lot of these crimes. Not all of them. You can still see that it's not perfect in terms of seams and stuff, but it does help. I don't really want to do weathering so much. I do like her looking pretty pristine. I might. I'm not sure. But at least emphasizing that these are grooves kind of helps with the seams. It's not great. It's not my favorite, but that versus that still looks cleaner. Only frame you really know anything about is Araxia, and that's because she's got the most playtime of all your frames so far. How much do you play if Araxia has your most playtime? Like, that's impressive. Necromancer, are you just still fairly-ish new to the game? Because that's crazy if Araxia already has your most playtime. Play almost 16 hours a day. I've only been playing for almost 2 months. Okay, that would explain. That would explain it if you've been playing for only 2 months. The fact that you can even get to Araxia and you've only been playing for 2 months is pretty impressive. But I was just gonna say, like, that caught me off guard because she's still extremely new. She's not my least played frame because there are some frames I literally took in, leveled to 30, and then dissolved or just never touched again. She's definitely not the most for me. I don't think she ever will be. I don't think anyone is gonna... It would be real freaking hard for anyone to surpass Wisp in my playtime because before I started letting you guys pick what frames I brought to what missions, Wisp was 52 or 54% of my playtime. So, it's been real hard to compete against that, even now. She's not that high now. I think she's in the, like, 20-ish%. You guys make me play Banshee a lot, and I also really love playing a few of the other frames. But yeah, she was slightly more than half of all of my playtime, which was really impressive because I think I had like 5,000 hours at that point, 4,000 or 5,000 hours in the game, and most of it was Wisp. Because when I like something, I go a little ham on using it. We're 18 already, though. That's impressive. In 2 months. Lot crafted, leveled, and sorted, installed frames. According to Warframe, Vauban is your most played. Real time, you'd have swore it was between Harrow and Caliban. Well, think about how much longer you've had Vauban than the others. I'm assuming you've had Vauban a lot longer since he's a lot older of a frame. So the likelihood of you bringing him to missions is higher. Even if you haven't played him as much. So both of these are like 90, 95% done. I think I am going to spoil myself a little bit and work on the crystal, even if I shouldn't be. It's something I really want to do. Here we have the ability crystal. Thinking, let's just quickly cutting back tape. Actually, I did hot glue. It's like a giant egg. I did hot glue the inside of this, so I'm wondering if I could kind of just take all the tape off. And it will still technically hold really well. Because the tape causes edge issues. If I can get it to lay down flat, it's not the problem. It's just that some of the tape doesn't sit nicely. I'll have to fix that spot. Nah, I don't like the look of the unfinished cardboard. So I'll cover this spot back up. So I did put another one of those ridiculous invisible zippers down the side of this. Mainly because I needed to be able to get in to the crystal if need be. Because I'm going to be hiding a projector inside. So there is an open gap that I hid. You can see as the zipper starts to close, it's fairly invisible. I'm leaving it open for now because I do need to create some sort of flat platform for the inside to be able to hold the pole that I have. And that platform has to be able to hold up the projector and the battery pack. Which I think the battery pack can be like velcroed or strapped down to the base of the projector. So the projector's on a flat surface, which is really nice, but I left a hole at the bottom so that I can be able to have that pole come out the bottom of the crystal very easily. I still need to figure out how I'm going to have the crystal, how I'm going to have the projector shine through the crystal. I'm thinking I'm just going to cut out a hole, and in that hole, put a piece of plexiglass, and then kind of just go from there. Obviously, the actual crystal doesn't have that kind of thing to it, but this crystal needs to have a function and not just exist. So I think that's going to be the plan. Couple of these pieces of tape. 18 already, though. You've got a lot more. Okay. So I'm debating if I should go decoupage a layer of something on top of this. If I could just go straight into painting, since it's not really gonna matter with the edges of the tape. The paint will hold it down. And yeah, I just don't know if painting straight on cardboard is gonna look funky. I guess I'm gonna try. There's my bigger brush than this. My brushes. Okay. Noise big brush. Going to attempt to keep this on the screen, but it's kind of big, kind of janky, so it blocks the iPhone. Decoupage. That right there proves to me that it's not going to look good. Yes. Thing. Which is fine. I have plenty of Mod Podge. I don't think I have is newspaper, which is unfortunate. I'm trying to think if I have any newspaper-esque type stuff. I have some really shitty craft paper. I have some really, like, terrible old construction paper from my mom's. And I think that'll do the trick. Let me move the iPhone up. Because right now it's being blocked. I think that will hold. I mean, that's better. At least you guys will be able to see me talking and whatnot. The good thing is like this giant jug of Mod Podge. Oh man, it'll go perfectly for this. Ow! Clicked myself on the camera. I just do with that giant paintbrush. What the heck, man? in a matter of 60 seconds. And just put down a paintbrush. Don't know how I did it. Gonna hit the floor. Alright. I guess we're going with the next biggest paintbrush. It's kind of crusty. Wait, where's the... Put it with whatever... I don't know how I did that. Impressive. I am sure I'll find it at some point, but I have zero clue what I did with that giant brush. Just unfortunate, because I do not have a lot of those. Doesn't really matter that this one has some gross... Trim the top of this paintbrush because it was gross at the tip and I don't care. Okay. Best way to decoupage is to use rippy bits of paper, because any flat angles like this don't look as good. That sharpness doesn't sit well. So the good thing is this paper is old as shit. So doesn't really have any other uses than exactly this purpose for me. This right here is exactly why when people are like, cosplay is expensive. No, it's not. It can be. But, that's only if you're not willing to put in the time and effort. This entire crystal, just cardboard and tape. And now I'm just taking literal old construction paper and glue. That's not expensive. That's cheap as shit. You could technically use the newspaper that most people end up just throwing into their recycling bin each week. But I just don't have any more right now. Another good tip besides no perfectly cut edges is the smaller pieces that you rip and do this with, the better it turns out. Sure, it takes another little bit, but it turns out significantly nicer. Paper is so old it's not even like ripping in a straight line. Oh, that part did. The fibers must have been nice in that spot. Plus, all of this glue is great for reinforcing the sturdiness of it. You don't realize how much a layer of this glue and water combo actually does until it's dry, and then you're like, oh wow, this feels a lot sturdier. Ripped off a big piece. What's your problem, Melchior? What can I do for you? Like with most things, more time and effort, less cost. Yeah. Well, I just had somebody ask me recently how much my cosplay costs, and I'm like, it's a lot because I was getting specific... I just flicked some of the Mod Podge. I was getting specific supplies, specific fabric, buying all the things brand new rather than thrifting. Because you absolutely can go thrifting for all kinds of stuff. I've done it before. I've done entire cosplays thrifted before. Do those cosplays look as good as the ones that I spent a ton of money on? No, because I also didn't put the time and effort into those ones. They were super fast. I had like a thing to go to in a couple weeks and I needed something. I was also a teenager. So I've done a lot better now, and I'm just falling over a random ass container. Can you not do that? Stay over there, please. But yeah, you can do an awful lot with not a whole lot if you know what you're doing. Like you could, I bet you that Necromech cosplay last year probably cost him less than 200 bucks. Since most of it was cardboard that he probably already had around his house. I say he because I saw the dude backstage. Kind of looked he. I don't know. Look, I didn't ask. But yeah. Cosplays don't have to cost thousands of dollars. But I literally had someone, I think it was like yesterday or the day before, be like, oh, I thought all cosplays were like thousands. I didn't realize you could do it. So cheap. Enemy player and I have been playing cat and mouse through the jungle with snipers for the last 45 minutes IRL. I finally caught him looking the wrong way and put one through his ear hole. But now I am lost in the jungle, out of food and water, dehydrated, starting to starve, and somehow picked up 3 levels of radiation. What the fuck? What? I think the IRL part is the part that's throwing me off here. Is it like a paintball scenario? You don't have to be sorry, I'm just confused. "45 minutes IRL, not time in game." Oh, that makes way more sense. Okay. Playing cat and mouse through the jungle with snipers. At least 45 minutes. Finally caught him looking the wrong way and put one through his ear hole, but now I'm lost in the jungle, out of food and water, dehydrated, starting to starve, and somehow I picked up 3 levels of radiation. When I do these kinds of things on IRL, I don't post on Twitch! I assumed you meant some sort of game, but I was very confused for a second. I don't know how I'm supposed to help you. What game are you playing? Tarkov, I'm assuming? I think I can sit and still see. Yeah, I can. I'm starting to hurt my shoulders. Garden. GCW, log into the server I'm in, join some faction as me and the little bird from base and fly out. This guy hooked me out of the jungle. I think you messed up your scaling, you don't think there's time to fix it. Oh no! That sucks. Great Bear. Well, just pretend you're putting the decoration in your orbiter and you have the ability to scale it. It's fine. Plus, you said it was the backpack, right? Certain frames that backpack looks bigger on than others, so you should be fine. It'll just make you look more like... did you make the scaling of the backpack too big or too small? Because you might just look like a Nova or a Hildren. Because the different stuff gets scaled differently on them, so... It's fine. Take that as a no then. No, I can't help you. I'm sorry. Does anybody else in chat want to download that game and go help Malchior? Because I would just be dead weight. It looks me-sized, so you think it'll be okay. Oh, it's 100% fine then. If it looks sized to you, then you're all good. Goodbye, cruel world. At least the other fucker died at my hands. There's no, like, health stations or anything else. Can't go suck the lifeblood out of the other guy that you got. Yeah, I dripped on myself. There's like a particular lump here I'm trying to alleviate by doing a couple of layers. A bottle of fentanyl in my ass container. Automod, you suck today. Everything is black and white. Sounds all funny. Controls are wobbly. But you can sprint again, which means you should be able to make it to a cop. Ah. So you didn't need my help after all. Wow! You want some? I cannot get you a boyfriend. I'm sorry. You're too young. Trucks win again. Christopher's been here for 3 years, 2 months, 3 days, 5 hours. That's a long time. See, this is way smoother than the tape. Is it taking a little longer? Yes. Do I have time for this? Probably not, but I'm making the time right now. It may not look smoother on the camera, but I'm telling you, like, that's crazy different. And I really hope something like this crystal gives me a leg up. So, it is necessary, actually. I'm gonna put this over this part. She says she wants to be encased in your crystal and go to TunnelCon with you. What? I hope you're having fun, Malgior. Keep flicking the glue everywhere. Right here. Onto there. This trash barrel is still mostly empty. It is Malchior, and the only reason why I said it was okay for him to count down to mod was because I think Bone Crusher would be a fairly decent mod. Does Chad get to vote? If bone makes mod? No. Hello, Asura. I'm dead tired and should be in bed, but I crave violence. I would yell at you to go to sleep, but that would never end well for me, so do as you please. Hold the policy of bone should be mod, and then do the opposite of what chat says. Fine. Okay, Matt cleaned at 6 Nightwave objectives, no problem. Okay, you kind of like this Warframe. She can be great. Did you end up doing a high punch through weapon? Like, Mag can be squishy, especially if you're not using her 3rd and 4 effectively, but she also can be a shit ton of fun. Little buggy, you're gonna get stuck in here, and trust me, you do not want to be stuck to this glue. Nice, book hop. Yeah, use the ALX. Thought you were tripping when you saw a bug on your screen. Nope, it was on me. Oh, well, now he's stuck. I'm sorry. Told you to stay away, but it didn't listen. No, there's, I can't seem to get rid of the fruit flies. I've taken out the trash. There's no dishes in my sink. I have no idea what's keeping them here. Or how to get rid of them at this point. So, I have a fruit fly trap thing in my kitchen that works pretty well, but there's just a fair amount of them. And I just gotta get rid of them, but they're just being annoying. I had this same problem last year, so it must just be a summertime issue for this area. Wouldn't be surprised, because I know we get the gigantic houseflies. Like, when I say they're big, I'm talking, like, big. Like, if I didn't know any better, I would have thought they were horseflies. Like, they're just really fucking big houseflies. But those are from the dead rats in the basement that are hopefully being periodically picked up. We still have to keep reporting it every time as an apartment. The landlord's like, there's a pest control service in place. Thank you for letting me know. Lying piece of shit. Also, should I make a PB&J sandwich? Yes. Have you ever poured plain boiling water down your sink? Not in a while. I did have to do that last year because of, there was some sort of smell from the sink. No idea what caused it. Could just be the old pipes. So I have poured boiling hot water down there prior, but not since last year. I might have to, because like I said, I don't know what's keeping them here. Need an Ord Weaver. Fammy? Family? What? Need an Ord Weaver? No, I only have a neighbor in the basement, and I don't think she's causing that. Spring cleaning. Yeah, I know. I have to. As soon as I come back, I'm gonna scrub every inch of the apartment. I just don't have time right now. All I know is I can't stand stupid flies. You need a good cleaning chemical mix. It's not toxic. Yeah, I know. I know. I know. They're jumping spiders. They're friendly though. In your drain, either in your restroom or kitchen drain. Yeah. All I know is it's annoying. does this one not want to sit nice? It's too much of a curve for this big of a piece. It's just being dumb. I think it was just being dumb. Years ago, one of our cats climbed up the door and got stuck at the top. Must have been there a while since his legs were shaking when you came home and heard his screams for help. Oh, poor baby. I remember when I was still living at my mom's, and all of a sudden I heard tiny little cries, and I couldn't figure out where it was coming from, and I went into my parents' room, and the screen for the window is first floor, because that's all we had, but the screen for the window must have popped out while Butterscotch was laying in the windowsill, and I just look out the window, and he's just looking up at me like, I'm outside and I don't like it. I felt so bad. So I ran outside. I had my mom stay inside and watch him from the window, and I ran out back and around the side of the house and scooped him up, and I was like, it's okay, baby, you can come back inside now. He was so scared. My cats were indoor only. We lived in an area that wouldn't have been very good for them to be indoor-outdoor. Coyotes and whatnot. My neighbor had lost several of his like birds and whatnot to coyotes, so nope. Was not letting that happen. So like frozen place, like, help. I fell out the window. I don't know what to do with being outside. I say that, but when he got older and I had moved in with Chris and Yuki, I think he already knew that it was kind of getting close to his time, because he tried to just walk right out the front door. And I was like, excuse you. I think he was looking for a place to rest at that point. But when he was younger, I was still living at home, he was like, help. One of the other really funny times is that Marshmallow thought it was a good idea to hide in people's drawers, so you couldn't leave like your clothing drawer open. So you would jump in there and lay on your clothes. Apparently my mom wasn't paying attention. She had left one of her drawers open, and she just went and closed it. And then I was like, I can't find Marshmallow. And I hear these very, very muffled meows coming from my parents' room, and my mom had shut the cat in her dresser drawer for who knows how long. He was just in there. Couldn't get out. So, from then on, my mom was a bit more careful, at least, making sure that there was no cat in there. She closed her drawer. Came home during a thunderstorm, and the cat had decided to try for freedom, and just as he tried, a thunderclap happened, and he noped right back inside. I've tried to take Naya out in a harness, and she refuses to be in a harness to go outside. I was at Chris and Yuki's. I got her outside of my room. She was all happy, and then as soon as she saw the outdoors, she was like, nah, I don't want to. I was like, are you sure? You used to be an outdoor kitty. And she was like, nah, I don't want out there. Thanks. I was like, okay. And then now, She doesn't try necessarily to get outside, but she does want to get into the other parts of the apartment because she wants to go exploring in the basement. And I can't let her do that because there are other people in the building and it's disgusting down there, and I don't want her getting any kind of diseases or stuff, especially with the rats down there. And these aren't your, like, typical... They're not mice. It's rats. They're big, chonky rats. They're gross. Not that rats in general are bad, because they can be cute pets, but non-pet city rats, yucky. I've had people be like, well, just let your snake loose in the apartment. They'll eat them. And I was like, one, no. They'll just get lost. And two, I don't know what those rats are carrying. They could easily have already nommed on some rat poison, and then now my snake's eating an infected rat. There goes my snake. All rats are cunning and cruel. The rats of Nim. Just now coughed into your hand and turned to pet our cat and pulled away and was looking at my hand like it was contagious. Hey, Vara. My little huntress. She would absolutely kill everything that would be in this apartment if I let her loose. That's why I don't have any of the... That was a weird sound. That's why I don't have any of the big flies in my unit at all, because Avara would murder them within seconds.
Night.
Good night. Like, look how nice and hard and solid this makes everything. Buggy, go away. It may look like they're... Well, you can't really see because the camera blurs out a lot, but it may look like there's seams, but with the Mod Podge or PVA glue or whatever you want to call this shit, it hides a lot of the seams. That way when I go to put some paint on here, it won't be so bad. Plus, like I said earlier, for anyone that didn't hear, that's a cat hair. Get out of here. Anyone who didn't hear me say this earlier, this actually adds a significant amount of sturdiness. Throw in glue. Significant amount of sturdiness to the project as well, so as much as this is immensely time consuming, it is 100% worth the investment. If I had the time, I would do 2 layers, but I'm only gonna do 1. This cardboard doesn't really need 2 layers. Flicking a little too hard. I made some air pockets underneath this. This kind of project works better with smaller pieces. I don't usually like to do a big piece because I just showed you air pockets happen and then that causes creases, and that's literally what I'm trying to solve. So I usually do smaller rippy bits, but this is also very time saving. Once the paper starts to get a little wet, kind of tear at the fibers a little bit, makes it smoother. You won't notice. And everyone doing other things, I'm gonna head to bed now. This is Rose. We have a wonderful rest of your night and stream. Thanks so much! Have a good rest of yours as well. Sleep well. Rest of your day, at least. Overheard a conversation my kids are deciding to get cast iron pans and pots when I pass away. I take good care of them and season and cook them with care. Who gets your cast iron? That's funny. Or, you know, they could just get their own. Sana's just playing around with the ripped up cardboard I have on the floor from making this crystal. If you're hearing noise, that's besides me actually ripping this paper. That's her playing with the cardboard. And I'm not gonna stop her because she's in heat and driving me insane. So right now she is quiet and happy, and so she can play with the cardboard all she wants. Feeling your sisters wouldn't care too much if I took my parents' cast iron. I'm most likely to use it. Oh, my dad has already passed away, and my grandfather is the only one that I would have appreciated being able to have his stuff. Couldn't care less what happens with my mom's. I mean, I'll take all the craft supplies that my sister doesn't want, but I'm not gonna fight over anything that that my mom has. I'm actually going to go to bed now. Nice and early for another 16 hours of Warframe tomorrow. Enjoy. Sleep well. I'm just gonna be here decoupaging a giant cardboard crystal. Old construction paper. Apparently getting up to fix the camera. Wow, wow! What do you want, Savara? Wow. Wow, wow. Wow, wow. You're awfully noisy tonight, too. What is up? Probably do the tip of this last. You guys didn't hear me say it earlier and wondering why I'm ripping off certain parts of these bits of construction paper and I'm not using those ones. The flat edges, like the perfectly flat edges, the non-ripped parts, they do not work as well. Fibers don't spread out as much, and you can see the harsh line, usually. So with this, the fibers are able to soak up some of the glue. They spread out a bit better when being brushed on, so I don't like to use the edges. I just rip them off. Stick as well. I don't technically have to cover this, like, inner part where the cardboard is, but I think this will just make it sturdier and it'll give it a nice coated surface. Because, this isn't... I'm not just using, like, Elmer's glue. This is a glue and sealant mix. And it'll help make things sturdy. Yeah, remember medical appointment too. It's only 14 hours of Warframe. How am I doing? Good. Almost 350,000 cure points. That's a lot. Spiral Seahorse, thank you for the 5-stream streak. How's it coming along? Good. I'm still nervous about the timelines. I probably should be working on the main actual part of the costume, but I had a massive urge to work on the third ability crystal, which to me is still a necessity. So here I am. I'll have this done before I go to bed tonight. Done, painted, preferably, 'cause it's only 3:30 in the morning. So I should have this fully Mod Podged. I'll give it, like, a tiny bit of time to fully dry. And then I should be able to do, like, a base coat with some other stuff on it. I noticed that the paint, or the design on the crystal kind of looks like a water marbling effect. So I should just be able to paint that on really quick. My fingertips. Good to know. I have no idea what you said about ripping, but I trust you know what you're doing. Yeah, so see, the edges of the paper are like perfectly straight. I ripped those off because if you look at ripped edged paper, you can actually see some of the fibers instead. So instead of having that clean, crisp line which doesn't absorb the glue as easily to spread it out, I have the ripped edge, which just ends up looking better. So I take off the clean parts best of my ability with wasting as little as possible. But the problem is I can't cut the paper. I have to rip it because cutting it would cause those straight lines to appear. And I don't want those. I want the rippy bits. It just looks nicer and functions better. It takes the glue better, it spreads out nicer. And you don't get, like, a harsh line anywhere. The more abnormally shaped the rippy bits are, the better. You won't see the seams. And if anybody has never done something like this before, you can totally go super generous with the glue. Like, you can't really have too much. As long long as you spread it out evenly, you can't really have too much when it comes to the glue. I used to do projects like this where I would take like magazines, you know, those like terrible ones that would like show up to your house, but they had sometimes cool images in them. And I would take those images and I decoupaged. That's this technique of glue and water and paper. And I would decoupage them onto like a jewelry box or something like that. And I've done that a couple of times. Basically just means you're using like a glue water base to attach some sort of paper to another surface. The fun part is you can do this with all kinds of paper. Like, you don't have to use old shitty construction paper. You can actually make like designs and stuff. I'm just using old shitty construction paper because that's what works for this project. Good to know, no idea. Okay, I am caught up with chat. I thought I missed something. Oh boy, I'm almost 1/5 of the way done. I did want to do this, but it will look so much better when I'm done just doing this extra step. about as smooth as it's gonna functionally get. I had a dream about Kirarahime. She was reading the guide on how to pizza spin a child. What the fuck? I don't know what that means. I have no idea what pizza spinning is. Italian spin a pizza by throwing it into the air, same with a child. Why would you need instructions on that? For an actual pizza, sure, but like just tossing a kid into the air? I don't know you were reading it. Nice to know somebody was dreaming about me, though. Even if I was doing weird shit. Alright. I might go take a minute to grab a snack. Because it's 8, like... Tag! I can't look at the actual time of stream because it reset itself. I was just I ate like 4 hours ago. Just shy of 4 hours ago. So... might go get a though, so I might stand up for a bit. Give my knees a rest. I think that would be backwards, but a lot of the times it hurts my knees for sitting too long. Hands on them knees. Funny. Yeah, it just sometimes hurts to sit down for too long. I can't really back the camera up anymore. This is as far as it really goes back. So I'm sorry that you can't really see exactly what I'm doing.
Azeron_Ragnar is raiding with a party of 1.
Thank you so much. That is really nice of you, Azeron. Welcome back. Hopefully your stream was fantastic. Thank you for bringing people here. I really appreciate it. If you guys are new here and you don't know me, hi. I'm Kirarahime. I also go by Kira or Kayla. I do play Warframe, but right now I'm working on my Citrine cosplay for TennoCon, because TennoCon's next week, and I'm not done. Right now, I am working on the 3rd ability crystal, and I'm going to be hiding a projector inside so that I can actually perform her stance as well. She has a noble stance where she leans her arms back and like her whole body glows rainbow. Well, I can't make myself glow, so I figured, what if I project the rainbow onto myself? So that's the plan. So I already have the projector. I'm just building what is basically housing for the projector. So I built what looks like a giant crystal egg out of cardboard. I taped the edges together. I hot glued the edges on the inside. And right now I am using a technique called decoupage, which is basically taking rippy bits of paper and glue and painting them on. It makes for a very smooth surface. It may not look smooth because you can see the edges of the paper, but actually, if you give me a second, I can show you how smooth it'll be. Okay. Get some of this glue off the paintbrush, which isn't a bad idea anyway, because it's starting to cake up on here. You can see, take an area that's already dry. I will move the light so you're not all blinded. I'll take some of the black paint, paint over the area. And you can see with one coat of paint, it's pretty smooth. A lot better than if I had just left it with the crinkly edges from the tape. So sure, I only did one coat of the Mod Podge. Probably would have been better if I managed to put another coat on, but I don't care to do that because you're not going to see any of these edges once I start to put all the colors on. But it is significantly more flat than with the tape. So. And that's only with one coat of the black paint. Glowing paint, LED, or sparkles and light. Again, but it's not like she's rainbow all the time. If she was rainbow all the time, I would have done a different technique. But she's only rainbow some of the time. And it's very brief. I do like that with decoupage. You can be like stupidly messy and it's also perfectly fine. And I can fix a lot of these like terrible looking divots in this as well. There's like a really big it's a really big indentation like right here. And it's a lot easier to get rid of with this paper method. And I know some of you are new and didn't hear me say this, but I like to rip the clean cut edges off of the paper. It exposes the fibers and gives you a flatter surface. Newspaper would have been ideal because that has like more fibers than even the construction paper, but I don't have any newspaper and I have this shitty old construction paper, so that's what I'm going to use. Thought girls liked it when their edges show. The fuck? What does that even mean? Just finished my citrine. Nice! Neon, do you like her? The irony of saying girls like it when their edges show makes no sense. Because are you talking like the edges of panty lines? Because no, they literally try to work against that. You're talking about the edges of my sanity? No, I don't like when that shows either. So none of what you said made any lick of sense. Hello, Jorak. I know they are very different sounds, but my brain always takes a few seconds to process whether that is you, Bone Crusher, or Kempo. I know they're very different sounds, but auditory processing makes me very confused. I'm like, I have no idea which one just went off. Yeah, it did, Jorak. For some reason, OBS decided to just disconnect. Gotta love it, right? OBS was just like, nah, I have had enough. And it just disconnected for who knows what reason. So, even though my OBS says 2 hours and 9 minutes, that's a lie. I've been streaming for about 4 hours. But there has been a massive thunderstorm here to the point where, like, my phone has reminded me several times that there is a severe weather warning for Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Mass. And I'm like, yay! And when it was saying thunderstorms, it was no joke. There was, like, lightning every 2 or 3 minutes. I think it's calmed down now. I haven't seen any, at least. Even in a thunderstorm, the flash of lightning is nothing compared to the flash of Kayla. Oh, hardy har har. This is the part of your back. No, actually, Jorek, this is the third ability crystal. So, I had to put out the ability crystal in Captura to realize that this thing's like 2 fucking feet tall. Maybe even 3 feet. It's crazy. So, yeah. Can't hide / conceal it, flaunt it, and embrace it. How dare stream crash, right? That would explain why I looked at my phone at one point at work and it said you were offline. Yep. That would explain it. It was only down for maybe like 2 minutes. It wasn't long, but just long enough to cause problems. Mocks my appreciation for the female body. Because I assume that you're joking. I don't like myself, therefore how could anyone else like me? I just assume that you're just trying to be funny. Not that you actually mean it. I wouldn't make fun of you for that. I can never mind. What? Alright, I'm not gonna say who did this, because I don't want to cause problems. But, I'm curious. If someone's kid is being an absolute dickhead, twat waffle, whatever you want to call it, like they're being obnoxious, and the mom is not disciplining that kid, and the dad decides to go, it's me or the kid, is that okay? I feel like I lost some respect for this individual, even if, like, it's your stepkid, but you're asking your wife to choose between you and their biological child. To not discipline the kid. The mom has a hard time putting her foot down when it comes to the kids. So the dad, who is the stepdad of this daughter, decided to say, it's me or her. And they kicked the stepdaughter out to go live with the bio dad. I think it's wrong that the stepdad asked the mom to choose, even though the stepdaughter has been an absolute asshole lately. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. People can't see much these days. Seems silly and mean, mostly mean. Wouldn't make fun of you for that. Like, this is a grown adult daughter at this point. But I just don't like that kind of ultimatum. I feel like it's wrong. Ultimately, the wife chose the husband's side. Like I said, the daughter's living with her bio dad right now. But I don't like the idea of putting someone on the spot to choose between one loved one and another. I think that's wrong, especially if it's against a child. Their own child, no matter the age. And, like, I understand she's being a jerk to, like, everybody. And she does deserve to be kicked out to go live with the bio dad. That's not the problem I'm having. The problem I'm having is with the individual who thought it was okay to put their own wife in a predicament of being like, it's her or me. I don't agree with the ultimatum. As soon as she was practically outing themselves Did the mother tell the stepdad he couldn't do anything to discipline her? How old is the daughter? No, he's allowed to. It's just that the kids don't listen to him. The daughter is a grown adult. I don't know how old, to be honest. Old enough. I understand if the daughter is being an ass, that you don't want them living with you because they're just being rude around every turn, and it should be, at that point, if you're an adult, a privilege to be able to still live with one of your parents. She had to move back home last year because she broke up with her boyfriend. And apparently since then she's just been a little ass. My issue is with the ultimatum. I understand getting to the point where if one of your kids is just not doing right by the rest of the household and they are an adult, like, alright, fine, go do it by yourself if you're going to be rude to everyone else you're living with. That's not the issue. I have an issue with the ultimatum. I don't think it's okay for a husband to ask his wife to reject and kick out either themselves or their bio daughter. Like, seems wrong.
Lily Taro is raiding with a party of 77.
Yeah, if the daughter is old enough to know better, then it's her consequence. It's a shitty way to do it. I'd question if it was the last resort. Lily, thank you so much for the raid. I hope your stream was great. What would you playing? Just chatting. That's playing too. Thank you so much for the raid. Yet again, you have been super kind. If you guys are new here and you don't know me, hi. I'm Kirarahime. I also go by Kira or Kayla. I know what's on the screen right now may look weird, but I am currently working on a prop for my costume that is due next week, because I am going to the Warframe convention called TennoCon in Canada, and I'm not done yet. I should be working on the main part of the costume, but I really want this prop to go with me, so it's getting worked on right now, and I am most of the way done with it. So I will have this done hopefully before the end of stream. What this is basically one of her abilities that she, like, pushes out this giant crystal that causes a field of AoE. That's the basic way to describe it, because I know quite a few of you are probably not Warframe players. And she has a stance that she does when she's just, like, idling. That casts a rainbow shadow on her entire body. And I'm going to be hiding a projector inside this crystal that will cast that rainbow onto me. Thank you for the raid. Okay, so is the kid being disrespectful to the stepdad and the mother? And the mother, then the kid got what she deserved. I don't care that they kicked... Okay, so I'll back up so everybody can... that just came in on the raid be in on this conversation too. There is a stepdad, a bio mom, and a stepdaughter. So obviously the stepdaughter to the dad. The stepdad gave the mom an ultimatum. It's your daughter or me. About which one needs to leave the house. And the daughter has been, like, a little shithead for a while now. Grown-ass adult daughter, but just being a shithead to the family for a while now. My problem is I don't like the ultimatum. I don't care that they are debating about whether the daughter needs to go live with the bio dad or not. I just don't like the fact that the stepdad gave an ultimatum of, it's me or your daughter, to his own wife. I don't like that. I feel like that forces her hand in an uncomfortable manner. So that's where I was having an issue, and I was curious as to what other people thought, because that kind of bothered me. I do think the mom should have stepped up and, you know, disciplined the daughter or asked her to move out. Like, that problem is not an issue for me. I understand having someone leave the house if they are being disrespectful to everyone else in the said house and they don't own it. Like, makes sense. But my issue was the fact that the husband thought it was okay to give his wife an ultimatum of that degree, being like, you have to kick your daughter out or I'm leaving. Parents are caught in their own world and never understand or see differences in perspective and situations. People don't just become disrespectful for no reason. Saying them constantly being that way without saying why is just gaslighting. I feel like it's a very gray area. It could be argued to be right or wrong very closely. I just think the actual ultimatum is wrong. I think them maybe discussing and saying, hey, you know, I really think the daughter should go live with the bio dad, like, there's obviously all these problems, is a perfectly fine conversation to have between two as-grown adults. I think my issue is the ultimatum. I think he just got fed up to the point where, you know, he really was feeling like it's kick your own kid out or I'm leaving, like... I don't know. I feel like it's wrong. It makes me uncomfortable, and I lost a little bit of respect for this individual. Because I feel like there's other ways that this could have been handled, and I feel like this is part of the reason why pretty much all of their kids, both the stepdad's stepkids and their bio kids, all have disrespect issues. Is because things can be handled in this manner. But that's just me. Because you'd have to be really bad if the stepdad basically brought it up like that. But I feel like there's other things that could have been said or done. I'm not in the situation, so maybe if I understood more, but I know the dynamic enough to be like, I don't like the way that this was approached. It makes me uncomfortable that they decided to go to what is basically an extreme. And yes, I understand that they can be disrespectful. They came into the Christmas party and just, like, didn't say anything and just went, like, right upstairs. And that kind of stuff is seen as, like, disrespectful because there was people over and you just, like, came in, nodded, and went away. But I don't know. It's not my monkeys, not my circus, but still kind of just irked me and made me lose a little respect for the stepdad, being like, why would you force your wife's hand like that? Just seems I don't know what the word is. Immature. To use that as a solution. As an adult, you want personal space from your child. It's better you get a new place and leave her be. Now she will suffer from being brought into life
Very
she didn't
cute girl
ask
is raiding
for.
with a party of 16.
Ultimate, though, wouldn't be better now. Not asking, more tone, just regular asking. Which eliminates the ultimatum altogether. I can't see what that said. Very cute girl, thank you so much for the raid. Could have also just up and left without even asking. No, that's not better. But I just feel like there are so many better ways to have approached that situation than just giving an ultimatum or just up and leaving. Hello, people coming in from Very Cute Girls stream. If you guys are new here and don't know me, hello. I'm Kirarahime. I also go by Kira or Kayla. Normally, I actually am playing Warframe, but right now I'm in the Warframe category because I am working on Citrine's third ability crystal for my cosplay for TennoCon. I do know TennoCon's this upcoming week. I also know I'm not done with the costume yet. But I'm diligently working on it, and it should hopefully be done in time. That being said, I decided to work on the crystal today because I genuinely believe that if I don't bring this crystal with me, I have no chance at winning whatsoever. So I feel like it is just as important as actually working on the costume. Game for the chill drops staying cause cosplay art creation. Thank you. If you give me a second, I'll move this out of the way. Onto nearby chair. I made this, which is supposed to be like her brain crystal. I made these, which are her arm cuffs. They're not fully painted yet. Made this, which is the part that comes like off her arm. So my arm will be here. And then this part hangs off, and you can kind of get a glimpse of how the color scheme is going to look. The pinks and golds. I'm not grabbing anything else because I need to still work on this crystal. Big old chonky boy. Nice, well done. Thank you! Came for the comedy show when your brain does weird things like last night? Yeah. It's rough since people are complicated and usually have tunnel vision in stressful situations. It sounds like they were both stressed out by the daughter. The stepdad, hopefully, tried everything and just got sick of it. I don't agree with how he went about it, but it's all too vague for me to judge his decision harshly. I understand. I just... Ooh, that hurt my knee to do that. I just don't like that kind of severe ultimatum. It feels immature to force someone's hand against their own kid. You have no chance, Voltaire Emmy. Not grabbing anything else. God damn, that looks amazing. Thank you, Edric. Thank you. Obviously this crystal will not be green by the time I'm done with it, but I just wanted to do a technique called decoupage, which will help me flatten the surface and give it some more rigidity, making it more rigid, because I need it to be a nice, solid piece. And doing this helps it stay together more in case the hot glue on the inside decides to give or the tape on the outside decides to give. I don't want that. This is important and it needs to stay together. So, yeah. That's the plan with this. Get off Anaya's chair so she can still sit. But yeah, this gives it makes it more sturdy. It smooths out any of the wrinkles from the tape. So it's a couple of hours worth of work, but it makes a massive difference. Who wants what now? Is it Mijoman? Mijoman? Is that how I... Thank you for the sub! What the heck? Thank you so much. Mijoman, is that how I pronounce your name?
Mijoman just subscribe.
Okay, the TTS said something very similar, so I hope I'm at least halfway right. Thank you so much. You didn't have to sub here. For anybody who's never been here before, because there have been 2 fairly large raids back to back, I am very laid back in my streams. You're not gonna get a persona out of me. You're not going to get someone who tries too hard to entertain. It's just me existing, doing the best I can, and sometimes making absolutely terrible dad jokes. But that's what you get, Naya. Naya, this, and sometimes you see one of my cats walk on camera because I'm not always doing art stuff, but when I am, they think it's their space too. Naya, there's not a lot of room over here, sweetheart. And I would prefer not to have to clean glue off of you. I know she just wants to get in the window, but there's a curtain right now. So she doesn't know how to fix it. You good? You got it? Okay. I don't pretend to be something I'm not. You just get me. So if that's not good enough for you, I'm sorry, but that's all I can offer. I know some people try to, like, manipulate their voice and put on a persona and stuff when they're streaming, because for them it's being able to pretend to be something they're not, and I am not mentally capable of that. I can barely be myself most days. So please just bear with me. It was a wow, what a surprise. It is just a name my father gave me, and he says it like 3 ways. It's fine with me. Kind of weird that term was flagged, but kind of understand. Yeah, you can just allow it through. Oh, you did. Never mind. I'm still just seeing the allow or deny. I'm surprised you're still here at 4 in the morning. We get to pick on her being adorable? No. No. That's not how this works. It's not how any of this works. Oh, man. I feel attacked. What? I guess Kira suddenly dodged all my ramblings? Yes. What? Keep it together, Kira, is most important. Yeah. Why does Edric feel attacked? I feel like you're pretty much the same person online as you are in person, so why would that be a problem? Is cosplay going? It's not done, but it will be for TennoCon. Kinda did a thing a little bit ago. What? Kinda did what thing a little bit ago? Vixen Trinity, thank you so much for the follow. I was complaining about life as usual. Oh, I'm so sorry. Apparently I pretend to be a human. Liver says I have 0 personality. Create a PC Warframe account just to enable cross-save, and then link to my Xbox account. Oh, nice! Congratulations. Just towards me a bit. I need to keep working on this part. I'm trying to keep what I'm doing in camera view as much as I can, but this is a big, this is like a 2-foot long crystal. Maybe longer. Really bad at judging. I can judge proportions, not actual amounts. Bam. It's hard to keep it in camera view. That's where I was going with that. I'm just gonna try to put that right up against there. Yep. Licking the glue again. That didn't help in the slightest. Did you stream crash earlier? Yes. You'd rather listen to metal? What? Do you like metal? Yes. Ugh, good luck with that, Bizmaker. We did like Ramon, unlocking Railjack, you're excited. Good luck! Hey, Jomon, that's awesome. Don't lick glue, that could lead to a very sticky situation. I'm not licking glue, I'm flicking. Like, and then it goes everywhere. She'd end up laying down. I'm kind of surprised. Sent to your DMs. It's a metal cover of your favorite Warframe song. Oh. Did you see the Leche Flan place? The donut place in New York? I sent you a video, Edric. I don't know if you got a chance to see it. But it's a donut place in New York that has Filipino dishes. And there's a Leche Flan donut. It's literally a donut with Leche Flan in the middle. And I had a feeling that maybe you would want to go to New York sometime to get one. Yeah, that sounds amazing, yes. I would like that. Never been to New York. I think it would just be fun. I mean, we drove through New York to get to Canada, but it's not the same as, like, going to New York and actually stopping at more than just some gas stations, like that weird beaver one. Nice ad. I was just there 2 weeks ago. Were you really? It's very crowded though. Oh, I bet. That's so funny. It's nice ad. Yeah, they had like an ube donut, which apparently was this dude's favorite. It sounded really good and it looked freaking amazing. A lot of their stuff looked really good. Imagine right now your cats were all orange cats. I don't know if I'd want that. I had orange cats before. I like my girls just the way they are. Sounded pretty epic. But yeah, apparently it's like 3 hours or 4 hours. So, half the drive that it is to Canada. And just go to New York. I am not looking forward to that drive next week. It's so long. Like, I don't blame Joe at all for not wanting to go solely just for that drive, but I'm forcing him to go anyway. And by forcing, I mean if he really genuinely refused to go, I would just go without him. But he knows I would just go without him, and he doesn't want me going to another country by myself. Good luck, Marshmallow. But yeah, and just, I want to get together again. I know TennoCon wasn't possible for you this year, but maybe I'll throw another birthday shindig. You think you'll have stuff saved up by November? Possibly may carry that over for next year so I can stay longer. Oh, yeah, of course. I didn't realize it carried over. If you're able to carry it over to next year, save up and completely understand. Save it up all for like the week of TennoCon next year, but then you end up just staying 2 weeks, so you actually get to spend time with like me and Joe in Mass, and then we can go up to Canada. Or like Canada and then hang out in Mass. Turn that into a big trip. Whoop, whoop. Release Demon Dog coming to replace me. Actually, there's a few people. There's another streamer that ended up taking a spot as well, and then Chromatic Kitty got a last-minute ticket from one of the other creators in the program, had the space with their extra pass, so someone was able to get Kitty to go, so there's another body. So there's still gonna be 6 of us in the Airbnb. Edric! This is gonna be fun. Now you're sad. I told you should have shown up. I told you should have shown up. It's gonna be a blast. And you're not gonna be there, and it makes me sad because it would have been way more fun if you were there. But yeah, it's gonna be Road, Demon Doctor, another streamer buddy of ours. I just can't say because this particular person's keeping it a secret from everybody, so. And then Kitty. What are we talking about? Go to Solo Hotel, like 20 minutes away? Oh, I'm sorry. If I knew more people, I'm very picky about who I invite to the Airbnb squad crew. It would be kind of cool if DE just, like, had a hotel that was all rented out or whatever. Or, like, a giant Airbnb for everybody. But, yeah. I feel like Airbnb for this type of situation is the way to go. Because of the amount of people that are in this Airbnb, it ends up being $180 a person. For a fucking week. That's cheaper than me living in my own damn apartment. So it was $1,075 for 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd. And then, so 16th into the 17th, into the 18th, into the 19th, into the 20th, into the 21st, into the 22nd, into the 23rd. So 7 days. $180 a person for a 7-night stay. And we get our own kitchen and all of our own stuff. Kitty just gets to sleep on an air mattress since they were a last-minute add-on. For a week. Oh, yeah. Streamer house when? Please. Please. That would be so fun. I would love to have a house big enough that anybody could just come and stay as long as they wanted. Hello, hello. Yes, I know, Sana. But there are no boys in this house. There's no boys in this house. There's no boys in this house. So we need to make sure it gets Carrie a mansion so she can make it into a streamer studio. I would cry. Just weep and sob. Does that say Myrtle? I can't read from here. Murdy. Hello. Godfish, Katzen. Thoughts on Mecha Break? I don't plan to play it. It's a meow of disapproval. She wants boys in the house. I guess I volunteer. Sucks too is I gotta renovate my entire bathroom because of mold. Blech. You enjoy that. I don't want that. That sounds like an awful lot of work. Or, Edric, you could just give up the Hawiwi life and come live in the mainland, and you, me, and Joe go get a house together. Oh, if you need a dehumidifier, maybe too. Yeah, it sucks too. The entire bathroom. I know, Sana, and I know you're gonna take my seat because I'm standing, huh? know, sweet pea. I know. As soon as I get back from TennoCon, I will set up an appointment for you, and then you won't have to crave boys anymore. Sometimes I wonder if I should set up an appointment like that for me. I know, sweetheart. Not just a lot of work, money too coming out of pocket. Ugh. Ugh. That isn't covered by some HOA thingy-mabobber that you probably have with your place. That you might have with your place. Not probably. Might have. Words are hard, okay? I've been awake for a while. Don't you have, like, condo fees or something that include that? Dang it. I dripped. I was trying not to, but whoops. Insurance won't cover. That's the Warframe question? Yeah, of course. I'm in the Warframe category. Well, I'm gonna say no, don't ask Warframe question. I'm too busy. Please, ask away. I don't know if I have the answer, but I will try nonetheless. Press Riven mod and unlocked it. Does it only fit in the weapon it shows on the bottom right? It only fits in the weapon that you revealed. So if you did the task, and say it was like get kills while wall latching or whatever it is, and then it revealed a weapon, it only fits in that weapon, and sometimes variants of that weapon. So if there's like a Kuva version or a Prime version, then it will fit in those as well. Normal haven't put down Mecha Break yet. Well, I'm over here running your second channel, Edric. You get to do pretty much whatever you want with your time. Cat hair. Out. I just elbowed the wad of glue twice. I thought I could get away with it, and the answer was no. Hold on, I'll get it. I heard it go off. Blair King says Paladin. It is normal. I haven't put down make a break. That is fair. Thank you. Saddens me that the crit damage and status duration with minus puncture would have been nice with your Cedo. Yeah. Well, you can re-roll the Riven to try to get better status. To get better, rolls. Whatever you want to call it. There's... what's the word for that? Factors? What are those called? Whatever it is. Different stats on it. But yeah. You can, like I said, you can re-roll it, but it's stuck to whatever weapon you got. That was in fact my knee.
Are we best friends?
Yeah.
Hi, Violet.
And we both have wieners?
Yeah.
Is that why we're best friends?
Yeah.
Perfect.
We're gonna have late dinner. I'm burning through filament on this. I do need to use the bathroom pretty bad, and I'm gonna get a snack. I'm so sorry I'm doing this right after Violet shows up. I didn't mean to plan it that way, but give me just a moment, and I will come right back to this. That gives it a time to dry as well, so when I rotate it, it's not gonna be as big of a deal. Do I have 3 sides done now? Oh, yes! I'm farther along than I realized, because this side, done. This side is only missing that little chunk. Actually, you know what? I will turn it. And I'll do this little chunk right now. So, oh no, it goes pretty far. Never mind. I have to go to the bathroom more than this big chunk. But, yeah, I'll be right back with a snack, a bathroom break, and go from there. It's fine, girly. I just feel bad. Alright, I'll throw on some music for the background since, I'm not gonna be here for a minute. I'm worried about copyright. I play Warframe music, though.
the weight of what we owe. This, the song of sons and daughters, hide the heart of who we are. Making peace to build a future, strong, united, working till we fall. The air and water flowing hard, the land we call our home. Push to keep the dark from coming. Feel the weight of what we owe. This, the song of sons and daughters, hide the heart of who we are. Making peace to build a future, strong, united, working till we fall. And we all lift, and we're all adrift together, together. Through the cold mist, till we're lifeless together, together.
Heal the pain of independence. Strong, our wise and trusted friend. We united in one vision. Rise to sing of sorrow's end. He, the bringer of the vision, bids you answer to his call. Praise the wise and mighty ballast. Heed the ruler of us all. For we're all one, and the work's begun for Namur. And we all run to our golden sun for Namur, for Namur. Here today we sing our story. With ballast we have found our home. Virtue once was worked together, but virtue now is lived alone. Free we are now from each other, brothers, sisters, daughters, sons. Where once we dreamt of independence,
So it's into the void, now me girls and me boys, from mother's hands we go. We'll be sailing to the sun till the voyage is done, then we'll be sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. Our sailing ships for the hard and the quick, we roll our load and go. There's a living to be made, or there's hell to pay when you're sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. There's a man on high with the devil in his eye and a golden hand, I'm told. It can hurt you, it can hold you, he can kick you or console you when you're sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below.
Oh, Violet. I'm sorry. All right.
So wise and true, when it's my time to go, won't you lay me down under granum crowns, and I'll be
I am back.
sleeping cold below.
I ate a bunch of cherries while I was sitting in front of the fridge.
Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all
Sana.
down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. Today we sail on the solar rail, for there's much we just don't know. So farewell with a kiss, then it's fast for the mist, till we're all sleeping in the cold below.
What did... No, go over the hole.
Please stay. Don't put out the flame and run away. In this hard place, I'll be here waiting for you with or without you. Wide awake with all the things I know that I should say. I thought I could take more than I really can with or without you. Wait till you come back with something. I don't know what it be. I'm waiting, but you come back with nothing. This obsession has turned to great despair. I keep thinking the same. There's nobody there. They say love is time, but all your love isn't fair. So out of great despair. Every day I'm getting stronger, but I still feel the pain. Time is so away, and no
Making progress. Making bacon pancakes. Ooh, I'm so sorry. I leaned back and that came out of nowhere. I know I've had some soda today, but... had 0 sugar soda, but I have had a little bit of caffeine, which I don't usually do. But I've been experimenting with a little bit of it recently. I have had stomach aches, but honestly I think it's kind of worth it for right now. I don't get the effects of feeling awake, but still. If DE tried to call you up on stage at the concert to sing one of the Warframe songs with other streamers, would you do it? If I was in my costume and didn't have to show my face, yes. I don't think I'm very good, and I'm sure I'd be absolutely made fun of, but it's okay. That's probably the only reason why I haven't done, like, karaoke at any of the Warframe events. At the ones that are at PAX East, they usually have some sort of karaoke. And I would consider it, but too many people record stuff. And you guys have heard my singing voice. You would easily be able to likely recognize that it was me. And so I don't do it. But if I don't have to show my face, then I would probably consider it. I am not a good singer. I'm someone who likes to sing in the shower, and that's about it. I could never be on something like American Idol or anything like that. I'm well aware that there are times where my singing is like ear piercing. Even though every single time I like actually sing and not just what I was doing with those songs, like being quiet, Sana comes over and asks me for love. So I think she likes when I sing. But still, it doesn't mean I'm good. I'm out here being like, but my cat likes me. Cora, Shusky. You're still gonna mess me up with your name. Cora, I hope you're doing well. But I want to say Shuksky, but it's not. Shusky. I'll get it right one day. So, this side's done. This side's done. This side's done. So we're going to flip it towards me and work on this side. Get the bulk of this done. Gotta stop flicking the glue. Trying to go too fast and it's just like flicks the glue everywhere. Actually, this is a fairly big section. Probably do this in like 2 big pieces. Little husky with a shusky. I'm doing good. I'm pretty sure that's how you had me pronounce it before too, and I'm like still struggling because it's 5 o'clock in the morning and I was supposed to work on other parts of the costume, and I'm over here like, nah, I'm just gonna make the third ability. Who needs a wearable costume when I just need this? But that means the props will be done. At least, if I can finish this. Things going well, you hope, with the Warframe final touches? Yes. And by final touches, I mean I still have to build shit, but like, it's good though. I found out that one of the parties that was originally planned isn't going to happen now. So that gives me an extra day, which kind of gave me the freedom to work on this today, knowing that I have one more day. So, one of Joe's friends of their family was having a graduation party from college, but one of her family members isn't feeling too well, so they're postponing it until next month. Which works for me. I feel bad that one of her family members is not feeling well. Obviously, I want her family member to feel well. But I also appreciate the fact that they're pushing the party to next month. This is already the second time it's been pushed. It was actually supposed to be in the middle of, like, last month. It was supposed to be, like, 2 or 3 weeks ago. So, I'm okay with that. It gives me... I did hear that go up. I'll get it in a second. It does give me a little bit more time to actually push out a prop. I should, if I hustle with the actual costume, I might be able to push out a little bit more stuff as well. She'll see. Just Anthony in Blue? It's an interesting name. Just Anthony in Blue. Thank you so much for the follow. It's 2003. It's just the beginning. Just the beginning. DJ spin the track.
sink and there's no turning back. Now I can still turn my feet. Get together, one, two, three. Come under the knee of the heart of the light turn up. So when you feel it in the floor. You're on the edge of 1999. Since you don't ever erase us. Don't erase us. Don't ever erase us.
Oh, how cool would it be if DE magically pulled like a Hatsune Miku boy band concert for the Tenno concert? Imagine if they were able to have like projector forms of the boy band like actually singing. That'd be so cool. I don't think they're doing that, but that would be sick. Your lich name is funny. Dr. Tub. Dr. Tub. Oh. That's a different one. Yeah, until they turn out to be the Technosite versions, right?
To be mean or toxic, I just stop it. Looking for a way to say I don't like you. Try it on another day, I'll fight you. Looking for a way to say I don't like you. Try it on again, try it on another day.
Whoop, I'm sorry, little buggy. I didn't see you and it was too late. I'm sorry.
To be mean or toxic, I just can't seem to stop it. 'Cause I'm looking for a way to say I don't like you. Try it on another day, I will fight you. Looking for a way to say I don't like you. Try it on again, try it on again. Looking for a way to say I don't like you. Try it on another day, I will fight you. Looking for a way to say I don't like you. Try it on again, try it on another day.
So you painted a bug into the costume that fits for the number of bugs in the game. I should I should say that. I should say that there's literally a bug in my costume. If I had had more time... Sorry, I managed to get a cat hair on my tongue as I was talking. If I had had more time, I wanted to, like, install or paint or something like that a couple of forma inside my costume. The same amount of forma that, like, I have on my current citrine. I thought it would be kind of funny, but I don't know if I have the time. Next year, I'd kind of like to have the UI around me, so having some sort of, like, clear structure behind me that shows, like, my health and something like that, like, floating above my head. I think that would be kind of cool. It's 5:30 in the morning. I know. Sure Steve would get a laugh out of that. The bug or the forma? I'm so tempted to make Joe a t-shirt that says, cosplay coming soon, TM. Or something like that. Something along that line. The bug. Make him a t-shirt that says cosplay of the third orb mama. Oh, that's so mean. It's so funny. Avara, go play zoomies around somewhere else in the house. Hey, go zoomie over there. Psst. She just came in here full force. You're gonna break shit, my dear. Just get Joe to wear a t-shirt that says, "The sausage being made." Just give him a name tag that says Orden Karis, since we don't really know what Orden looks like. Who's the most brutish Warframe? Because we could just call him a proto-frame of whatever is the angstiest or angriest. Rhino. Ugh, getting down to the end. Yeah, Nicodemus. Yeah, I had it right the first time, I think. Avara, the youngest of the three. She's the younger sister to Sana and the youngest daughter of Naya. And sometimes she gets the zoomies. And she doesn't just zoomie a little bit. She zoomies a lot of it. And it does get kind of crazy with her. trying to keep everything in camera view, but it is a little bit challenging, so please bear with me. Avara is still your favorite frame. We have 2 orange tabby Maine Coons. Simba and Fox. Izumio Clock and Screamo time for Fox. Hey, all healed mostly. Thank you for the concern. Good, Arthur. I don't have a command for it right now, Cyber Wizard, but there are glyphs going on right now for the drops. It takes about 3 hours to earn all of them, 1 hour each. There's a pH glyph, there's a tile rigor one, and a primed soon glyph. And then next week there are 3 other ones. I check if drops are working. Kira, is that your name? Yeah, Kira, Kayla, whatever you want to call me is fine. You should just be able to click on your profile on Twitch, and there should be a drop-down menu that says drops. If you are on some sort of iPhone or Apple device, you are earning the drops. You just have to go to a web browser and not the app to be able to claim them. If you are unsure if your Twitch and Warframe accounts are linked, you could do !link in chat, and that will help you unlink and relink your account. You can just go to that website, link and unlink your account, and that should help you get them if you've been struggling to actually get the drops in-game. This is a good time to make sure that is set up for everyone, because there are drops for watching TennoCon. There are Twitch drops for TennoCon, so make sure you have all of that set up so you don't miss all on the good shit next week, the end of next week. Thank you, it's working. They have been linked and the percentage point is going up. Thank you. Didn't know you can click on profile. Yep. But yeah, if you've been struggling to get drops whatsoever, the first bet is to just unlink and relink your account. Sometimes it gets buggy. I've had it happen before myself. So it's just a good idea. These glyph drops are meh. Yeah, well, we have the actual TennoCon. I almost said TwitchCon again. TennoCon drops coming up, and those ones are fantastic. You can even get yourself a free Valkyr Prime. And if you don't need Valkyr Prime, you can just get rid of her for a free Warframe slot, so... Then there's some other shit, too. I think this was kind of just to hold everybody over.
The Raging Terror is raiding with a party of 30.
Rage. You're so kind to me. Thank you so much for bringing everybody over. If you guys are new here and you don't know me, hello. I'm Kirarahime. I also go by Kira or Kayla. I do play an awful lot of Warframe. I don't break it in the way that Rage does, but I do my best to at least play it well. And right now, I am finishing up some stuff for my Citrine cosplay. Is it gonna be done in time? Hopefully. I am still pretty optimistic about being complete for this upcoming week. Right now, I am quickly putting together her third ability because I am planning on hiding a projector inside this crystal and using it to project a rainbow coloring onto me that allows me to do her stance. So I'm going to be able to do her third ability and the stance all in one. So that's the plan. So I've just been I built this all today, just in a few hours. It's been 5 hours? 6 hours. About 6 hours. I've built this and worked on a couple of other things, so I think that's pretty good. I also finished up the arm cuffs today, so I'm pretty happy. I'd like to have this painted before the end of stream. I'm pulling a long night with you guys. I don't usually stream as late as I'm about to. I have therapy at 1 o'clock, so it seems kind of silly to attempt to go to bed when I'm a little bit wired right now. And I rested most of the day because I had a throbbing headache. Like, it was so bad. So I'm taking advantage of actually feeling good right now and just kind of pushing through the night. I will rest at some point during the day. It's just I'm a little anxiety prone right now, which makes it super hard to sleep, and if I did try to sleep, it would just be nightmares. So here we are, continuing to work well into the night. Rage, I hope you had a wonderful stream. I really do appreciate every time you bring all of your people over. So I consider those cliff starts on Friday. I believe so. 23 plat then. Will we be seeing you, the Warframe TennoCon, like live when I watch? Yes, I will be on the cosplay stage. So I will be part of the competitive cosplay group, and I will be there. Hopefully I don't scare myself off the stage. Last year I was literally shaking in my boots. Or high heels, technically. I'm hoping this year isn't as bad. It's always nerve-wracking standing behind the stage before you head on, but this year I think it's a little bit easier because I can actually see. So there's less of a chance that I'm gonna trip and fall on my face. Can I turn the music down? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I can turn it down. It's a little loud. Operation 8 Claw looked like it might fail. What is that? I can't tell. This is her third ability crystal. It's not going to be green. I just have green construction paper to help decoupage a layer of... it's an extra layer to like help secure it as well as help smooth out the parts from the tape. It's like, it's hard to see because I have it turned, but you can see that there are like gaps here that tilt down from the tape, and also the tape itself, you know, causes wrinkles and stuff where I couldn't get it to go flat. So you can see that this will make it significantly better. And that's only with one coat of paint, so this is much better than all the ridges from the tape. Plus, you're not gonna notice the slight lines from this because it's gonna have a ton of different colors and all kinds of stuff to it, so yeah. That's the plan, at least. I probably could have made it even smoother if I gave myself enough time to do, like, several coats of Mod Podge, which is this lovely glue stuff I'm putting on here. But I don't have the time for several coats. I have the time for one coat, and that's about it. I could give it more, but meh. The amount of time versus the quality that it's going to create is not worth the effort. Doing this, though, is the initial thing that I'm doing right now, because it's giving it more rigidity. Word's always fun to say, rigidity. But yeah, it helps it just be more sturdy, and I don't have to worry about, like, the card. I mean, the cardboard's fairly sturdy on its own, but this just gives it, like, one more extra layer. Plus, it helps with the seams. It makes those more sturdy as well, so. I mean, they are hot glued on the inside. It's not just tape holding it together, but this will definitely help in terms of less likely to fail seams. Plus, it's an inexpensive thing. It's not... This is all shit I already had around my house to make this crystal, except for the projector I'm gonna hide inside it, and you guys, as a community, paid for that on my throne. Which I know is still empty. I know. I have other plans to put stuff up there. But yeah, it didn't cost me anything. It's literally cardboard I just had saved from a box specifically for this project. This giant thing of glue that I already owned. And apparently I keep dripping places. And then construction paper that is older than this stream. I want to say this construction paper is probably older than several people in chat. Like, this is definitely stuff that's just been kicking around for a while. That just made me feel really old saying that this construction paper is older than possible people here, but yeah. I am not the best cosplayer. Usually when you do public speaking stuff, you think about the 1 day, 1 week, 1 month. So let's say you do something embarrassing, they'll remember for 1 day and 1 week. They'll most likely in 1 month they won't even remember who you are. How old are we talking? This construction paper is probably... maybe... 2008? 2010? If I had to take a guess, it might even be older than that. It might even be older than that. Old enough to drink? No. No, it's not older than me, but it's just old as shit. I was probably in middle school when this construction paper was purchased. Germany, you can drink 14. 2000... Well, let's just say it's 2010. 15 years ago. 16, 17. I mean, it might be old enough to be an adult. It's very possible that this construction paper is the age of an adult. So it's just, it's fallen apart, it's old. You can tell, even in the basement. I don't know if the camera will pick it up, because it might be too bright. But you can see the discoloration. Maybe you can see at least a little bit of it. The discoloration on the edge. Not this blob, because that's glue that I accidentally dropped there. at least in person, it's very easy to see how badly discolored some of. Oh, you know what? The reds are easier to see. Look at the difference. The edge of this construction paper got. That's not paint. That's just discoloration from existing in the same pile for too long. Sun bleached? Yeah, but it didn't see the sun. Can I redeem multiple emotes? That button is supposed to be for one at a time, but you can redeem it more than once. You just have to send me the link to the one that you want, so I can add it. But yeah, this construction paper has been kicking around for a long ass time. It was at my mom's house. She didn't need it anymore because it was one of the things that she was getting rid of, and I was like, I'll take it. I'll find a use for it. The kids can color on it. I don't know. Guess what? I found a use for it. Very good use at that. Because usually I would use like newspaper or something for this. But I don't have any and I didn't think ahead to save some. I thought ahead to save the actual cardboard, but not the newspaper. Because I knew I wanted to build the crystal out of cardboard just because it's too big of a very simple prop to want to use the EVA foam, since EVA foam is significantly more expensive than free. And the cardboard was free because it was a box I had already ordered something in. So I just saved the box behind my trash. I have another one back there too in case this one wasn't enough, but luckily it ended up being enough to make the whole thing. It's all out of one box. So, I don't even remember what was in that box. I saved it for so long. I've had it for a couple months, I think. Look at the blue again. I've had it for a couple months, so it's just been chilling back there because I'm like, oh, it's a nice big box. I'm gonna save this. This'll come in handy, I'm sure. The real Soul Reaper. It's nice to meet you. Hello, Nastia. Like the spider frame boss song, it reminds you of Dark Souls theme. Yes. Don't forget to mention the crystal I made from recycled. Well, don't forget to mention the crystal is made from recycled materials. I mean, I could tell them that, but I don't know if that's really gonna make a difference. It's based on craftsmanship, how much I look like the character, and the performance on stage. And each of those is weighed the same, which is why I think putting this crystal out even if some of the rest of my costume is lacking, is probably going to be the only thing that will get me any type of recognition, even if it doesn't get me to place. So that's why I'm like, you know what? I am adamant about having this. I think it is genuinely important to me. We can get back from TennoCon, you're gonna start the next costume. Yes. Yes, I have already decided that as soon as I get back from TennoCon, I am going to immediately start working on Gyre Deluxe. And if I can manage to get Gyre Deluxe done in a fast amount of time, I would really like to make the Kullervo Deluxe as well. So I think giving myself a full party 6 months will do me good, and then, you know, I can attempt to get Kullervo done in the same year at that point. I'll obviously just try for Gyre for now, but if I can make Kullervo, that would be awesome. I think the Kullervo Deluxe is just jaw-dropping, and I would love to take the correct, proper amount of time to make something like that. And I think I'm going to use everything in my wheelhouse. I'm gonna try to 3D print some stuff. I want to work with mechanics. I want to try actually making her skirt move. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to, but I really, really want to try. I like trying new things with every costume. This one was trying to figure out how to make the crystals. And try to make... I wanted to make this cosplay as comfortable as possible. For a costume, at least, of this size. So that was part of a new skill that I learned with this costume. And the projector and all of that is new for me, too. First time using a projector in a cosplay. So, for Gyre, I really want to try working with animatronics. Or mechanics, however you want to phrase it, to get the skirt to actually move. I want to do, like, the programming and stuff myself and see if I can get it to do that. I think given enough time, I can definitely engineer it. Artist work is never done. I meant that as a compliment. Thank you. What am I making? This is the third ability crystal for Citrine. So it's not going to be green like this. It is going to be the very pretty iridescent rainbow when I'm done with it. But it's made out of cardboard and construction paper. Some tape and glue, and that's it. And I'm going to be... well, there's a zipper as well. But I'm going to be hiding a projector in here so that I can actually perform the noble stance. And that will allow me to... because her noble stance, she, like, leans back her arms and her whole body glows rainbow. Well, I can't make myself glow, at least not easily, and not temporary like that, so I decided the use of a projector to project the glow onto me would probably be the best bet. So I do have a projector that I'm going to try to hide in here, and it will be able to show the rainbow on me periodically. I might just leave it on since her third ability does cast a rainbow, and then I would just be able to step into the light and that, you know, like tilt my arms back and that would be it. But I haven't figured out exactly how I'm going to do that. I was watching how she performed doing the actual third ability, because I would like to, you know, be able to cast the ability on stage as part of the performance. Why not just hide LED in the costume for glow? It's her whole body. It's not just like a couple of flickering lights. It's literally her whole body just lights up rainbow. And I could have tried to hide lights, but it wouldn't glow in the same way. I would have had to have like, I literally don't even know how I would do it if it weren't for a projector. I tried to figure out another way. But I'm not sure how I could make it look as close to how the character looks, putting the lights inside the costume. I think the projector is the best way for me to attempt the actual stance. Done with the rest of the cosplay? No. 3D printing gears and pulleys to raise the skirt up and outwards could work. True. I would be willing to try to do some sort of, like, mechanics thing, though. Program some sort of mechanical thing that allowed it to do that. But yeah, some sort of pulley. I just want to do something. It doesn't have to be electronic. I do like working with electronics, so that's kind of why I was leaning that route. But I do want to do something that allows it to actually move. So they're not, you know, always dragging on the ground, because they're very long tendrils. So I would like to be able to have it so that I could just, like, have them up off the ground. I do think that maybe I will try to make it, like, detachable in some fashion, in case they start to drive me nuts being like that, and I want to be able to walk around and not bump into people. But that's an after TennoCon problem. That is not a current me trying to figure out problem. Right now it is citrine. I just want to try to get as much of this done as humanly possible. Would be cool, not enough time for that though. One layer LED. Above it, a layer of half see-through shiny gems. Okay, but it's her entire body that glows, not just the gem section. And the problem with something like that is I need the gems to be light enough. It's too small of a piece. I need the gems to be light enough, and I feel like they wouldn't be light enough or flexible if I tried to hide a layer of LEDs behind them. I still have to wear this. I still have to wear it, I still have to move in it, I still have to be able to sit down in it. Like a full body layer of LEDs, I'm not gonna be able to move. I still have to be able to bend over. Occasionally, you know, I might need to go to the bathroom. How am I supposed to have a full layer of LEDs down the front of my body that will just periodically go off? I guess it's possible, but to have them be bright enough underneath a layer of something else when her whole ass body isn't clear? Look, there's a Christmas tree on the inside, but you can program it. Right, but she has fabric. Like, how am I supposed to hide the LEDs inside this when it's not clear? It's not gonna be bright enough. Sounds like an oven, actually. Movement is overrated. I'ma just walk like a robot. Yeah, because that sounds like fun. No. I think the projector is the easiest way to do it. I don't think there's anything wrong with using a projector. So it seems like way less of a hassle, way less chances for something to fail. Like, that's so many chances for those LEDs to just be like, nah, we don't feel like it. One light goes out, we all go out. Fucking Christmas tree on the inside of my costume. No thanks. That sounds horrible, especially because, again, you would have to hide it underneath something else, which would make it a very dim glow at best, and I wanted something really visually striking, so I feel like the projector allows me to get that result that I'm looking for. Shipwrecks, literally. Do you have other projects like this you've done? Yes. Last year I did the Wisp Zamaru skin for the TennoCon, and the previous year before that, I did the Protea Deluxe. Just like now, those were rushed. I didn't realize how long they were going to take. I tried to give myself more time this year and still managed to run out of time, just due to other circumstances, and again, I underestimated how much work. I have a hard time with realizing how long something is going to take. I'll be like, oh yeah, I'll be ready in 5 minutes, thinking that something is only going to take me 5 minutes, and it still takes me like a half hour. So it's kind of those kinds of things that end up being a little bit tricky. Like, oh, I could have probably made this in 2 hours if I freaking hustled, but the chances of actually being able to do that are totally slim, so it's that kind of thing that also gets me in trouble. But I did actually do a lot of stuff this year outside of streams and outside of the costume making, so it ended up slowing me down. I feel like every year there's always some major catastrophe. I haven't gone a single year without something being catastrophic. So, this year I ended up helping my mom, and it's not just the days that I helped my mom, it's the fact that it takes me like several days to recover after spending time with her. And then, so I did have the most amount of time this year compared to everything else, but that still took so much time to help her at the tail end of last year. So I really didn't get a chance to start any of this, like, consistently until about January. And then the year before, I literally moved. I moved into this apartment in March. And so working on the cosplay last year, it ended up, I just didn't have enough time because I spent so much time, like, looking and prepping to move. And then the year before, my dad was really, really sick. And it was kind of taking out a lot on me, and I was having a hard time focusing on the costume, because he was dying. So, yeah, it seems like there's always something catastrophic literally right around the time or not long before. This is the first year that I actually had a decent amount of time, but I just was going through medication changes and too many other things that I ended up taking too much time off and underestimating the actual scope of this particular cosplay. But the 2 previous years, I just I literally could not give myself enough time. This time is 100% my own fault, but that's why I'm hoping to start immediately after TennoCon with the next one, and just push as much as I can, give it as many man hours as I possibly can into it to literally make it perfect. I will have to pace myself in terms of, like, ordering supplies and whatnot, because I am trying very hard to save for a house. That's another reason why costumes end up taking time for me, because I have to make sure when I order supplies I'm not screwing myself over for rent and whatnot, because there was a good chunk of time that I just couldn't order anything earlier this year. So you need half see-through material that are thin enough to cover the cosplay with it. But then again, I'd have to put the EVA foam, put the lights on top of that, and then have thin enough material that's not going to show the fact that there's lights underneath it, but also allow the lights to show through. That's so much fucking work. I'll just use the projector. It's possible. I'm sure someone with more know-how about how LEDs and LED fabric and stuff could work, but I don't, and yeah, no, projector it is. Way easier, way simpler. I already have a way to hide the projector. You see lights if you're close enough, but from far away you won't be able to see them. Yeah, I get that. It just doesn't seem worth it when this is so much better, and then I can still move and breathe, and I don't have to worry about sweating too hard that I short circuit an entire thing of LEDs. Yeah, okay. No thanks. Rather not have that be a concern. I have actually no lights in my cosplay this year. I had a bunch of rigged lights last year. And I didn't have strong enough battery packs for them, so I fixed that this year with a big chonky freaking battery. Look at this thing. It's enormous. It's like 24,000 milliamps thingies, whatever it's called. Very sweaty costume. At least the next time that bitch isn't a factor anymore. I know. But it did end up causing a lot of problems. Like, I was over there several times. And it's just it wears me out to interact with her. So I do know that was a big concern. I went over there often. I don't have to do that anymore, because she's out in Iowa. Finally fucking gone. But the thing is like, I did start this costume somewhat early, but I didn't do long days like this with the costume. I would just do like 2 or 3 hours here or there. And I spent way too much time on the tiny details right in the beginning, and I also did several days. Like, I went a couple of weeks at one point, I just didn't even work on it at all, and now I'm kind of kicking myself for that. But the goal is to work on it as much as humanly possible. That is going to be my project for the next year. Scared the shit out of me with that. Thank you so much.
Markina subscribe to the YouTube Aquarium.
Thank you for subbing to the YouTube Aquarium. Much appreciated. But yeah, too many excuses, not enough actual time spent on it. Obviously, I'm still going to want to take days off, and I'm not going to want to burn out because it is still a creative process. And if I do too much creative process, sometimes it's tiring. But I want to try to put as many man hours as humanly possible into the gyre and just make it badass. Like, I know some people spend literally years working on their costume. That Nidus Frike that's going to be at TennoCon this year started that cosplay back in 2020. That's when I started this freaking channel. I can't imagine 5 years working on the exact same project. But the good thing is, when it comes to cosplay stuff, at least for me, I can jump around between... I just stripped on myself. Between the different parts. That's what I'm doing right now. I really didn't want to do anything else besides the crystals, so... And the crystal, it has to come with me. I have to be able to do this. Even if that means a couple of the other actual parts of her are lacking or less detailed, I want this crystal with me. So I was willing to take some time, especially since I now no longer have a party on Saturday that I was originally going to. I have a little bit of extra time to be able to work on this. And by extra time, I mean if everything else goes according to plan. I probably don't have extra time. This is probably going to cost me part of the other costume not being up to snuff, but I don't care. This is something I really wanted. This is something I'm really proud of the idea, and so it's fucking coming with me. I also, besides just building this crystal today, I finished putting together one of the arms. So I finished wrapping some of the fabric around it, and I attached the little cuff piece. And I also... Hold on. Give this a second to dry, and I'll show you what else I did today. I also finished up the skateboard from a few months ago. So for those who haven't seen this, I took one of my sister's old skateboards that was battered to hell, and I painted a Vent Kids inspired colored schemed wisp on the bottom of this skateboard, like I said, months and months ago, towards the end of last year. And I even made a couple of like faux stickers painted on the bottom, so it says Warframe, and like a glitchy looking lotus symbol. So today I painted the wheels because they were rough. They were in real rough shape, and I really love the colors that are on the wheels now. It matches both the wisp on the bottom and the color scheme of my citrine. And then I painted this side black today and put on this really beautiful laminate on this side as well. I might lift this laminate up and try to have some sort of like spray adhesive possibly underneath it, because it's not really sticking to the paint. But it's doing enough that it'll stay on there. And I think it's really beautiful and gives the whole, like, citrine, crystalline, rainbowy vibes. That's awesome. Thank you! But yeah, I'm really proud of the paint job on this. So I wanted to have it come with me. Whether I end up using this to transport the crystal, that's beside the point. I don't know if it is, but it's definitely coming with me, one way or another. As you can see, this thing is like freaking huge. It's hard to keep it in camera view while I'm working on it. Why did the cheese refuse to be sliced? It had greater plans. Pardon me. As soon as you said burnout, you felt the 35°C heat outside. You enter the stage on the skate. I don't think so, because the wheels are old. I would worry about it not functioning properly. I am considering it, but I don't know how I feel. I don't skate. It's not my thing. I would look so out of place, likely to look so out of place on it, so... I have a feeling that's not in my best interest. But I do want to kind of like bring it with me, as just something cool to have. Something I am proud of. I'm really proud of that paint job. That's more for me than for you guys. It's not me trying to brag. It's me spending 99% of my life being like, I like my art, but... and always feeling the need to put a qualifier at the end, so I'm not doing that anymore. I'm just trying to be nice to myself and be like, no, I like this, and it's okay to like my own art. I don't have to be hypercritical of every single thing I create. I'm hypercritical of some stuff, because I still feel like I need to be. But I also think it's okay to just say I like something that I've made. It's just me trying to deprogram the bullshit in my head. Like, I like this crystal. I think the wrist cuffs definitely need more work. I like the brain crystal that I made. This will be hopefully just as shiny. I'm really proud of the fact that I took some time the other night to make her brain crystal. Like I said, we are proud of you and what you're doing. I just got up. Sorry for my brain mush. You're fine, Arthur. This keyboard is sick. Thank you so much. Kira will get back as grilled cheese fish. Jeff Edwards says, do you have any vids or pics of your old costumes? Like the Wisp one was awesome. Oh, thank you! I don't really. I have a picture of the... I have the picture from TennoCon last year of the Wisp. And then I also have a couple of pictures of myself in the Protea, but they would take me a little bit of time to find. I have one of the ones from the Wisp, but it was the same thing as like being up on stage last year. Apparently they're gonna be taking professional photos this year. So I'm really excited about that, of getting some like actually really nice photos. I did get some last year because of Mr. Roblox. I just don't think I've actually posted any of those anywhere. I could pull those up. I think those are my DMs from Road. But yeah, he took a couple of pictures of me in the Wisp cosplay in front of like the props and stuff at TennoCon last year. If you give me a second, I can pull it up. I should be able to find those easily because they're in my DMs. I think he emailed them to me. I have one picture. I'm gonna try to like crop. Ugh, not that far. I'm gonna try to crop the other streamer that's in this out because I don't know how they feel about their picture being out there, so bear with me. Alright, fuck you. That's one of them. And then DE took a really good picture. I have that in my notification testing channel. I pinned it because people ask me about this one often enough that I was like, ah shit, I should pin this picture. Jorax says, Kira, be proud of what you've done. An upcycled K-Drive, a recycled crystal, as well as the whole costume. That's a lot of work no matter how you look at it. Thank you. Bought Citrine yesterday solely because I had bought her deluxe skin earlier in the month. Probably find the cosplay photos from last year on the Warframe channel. Yeah, this is the one from last year. I have... I don't... Closer. I think I have Protea. So pin it if I find it. First of all, let's This is Protea from the year before. I think it turned out pretty well. I do think a lot of the armor pieces and some of the stuff that I made up close is not that great, and I can definitely understand why I didn't place or anything like that. That helmet was made in 5 hours. The morning of the convention, the night before / morning of, I did that in 5 hours. I was very happy whipping that out of nowhere and putting together an entire ass helmet. Now, was it as good as it could have been? No, but I made it in 5 fucking hours. So, yeah. Like I said, this is the year my dad passed, and there was no me focusing on this, and I couldn't stream it. So I had to work on this outside of stream times because I had no stream set up for it. So I do think it would have been significantly better if I had been able to stream it, and if I wasn't going through an emotional bullshit at the time. But I am really proud of quite a few things I made with this Protea. You can't see it super well. I'm gonna try to zoom in. I'm not zooming in on my booba specifically, but like what's on the booba. I was really proud of this. This is actually a sewn on applique that I made myself. Like everything's made myself, but like this is all sewn together. This is all sewn together with like foam, and I actually use pipe cleaners in here to help give it the edged look. I did all of this. I sewed this. There's like a pattern on here put together. I was really, really proud of putting this applique thing on. I made the boot covers. Like literally everything of this costume I made myself, except I ordered these feathers, but I put it all on this. I was so happy to be out of this costume by the time it was over, because everything just kept shifting and falling apart. But I was really proud. This was the first time I ever made a full body costume for myself. So I was really excited with this one actually being done. And then this one just took way longer than I was expecting. I spent way too much time on the helmet. I love the helmet, and I think the helmet came out friggin' awesome. But I spent way too much time on this and building all of this. Instead of making it like a fabric bodysuit because of all the different layers, this is entirely foam. And there's lights everywhere. It was the first time I ever worked with lights, so I just bit off more than I could chew with this, plus I had literally moved the same year. So, technically I moved twice during this time frame. So I moved to live with Joe, spent 5 months living in someone else's house, squished into his bedroom, and then also moved again. So, yeah, did not give myself enough time that particular year whatsoever. But I had very good excuses for those ones. I don't have much of an excuse for the citrine not being completed, but the citrine should be more completed than the previous years. With a Moogie leg armor, very cool. Yes, thank you! Yeah, I made the Moogie leg armor because that's how I hid my feet. I tried to make it so that she didn't have feet, so I had the Moogie leg armor, and I put my foot where the leg armor is, and my... you can't see it in that particular picture, but I have... The clear high heels that I have on have a clear chunk under the foot, and then it also, I put lights under there, and I used the, like, ankle of Wisp at the heel. Can you please help me real quick? I've been trying to come up with fish puns, but I'm floundering. If you can hook me up, please let me know. I think I'm catching what you're throwing there, but... I don't know, I think you might need to toss it back. That was terrible. Oh man, but yeah, I've always had fun building costumes. I can't really show you guys much else that I've worked on because those are really the only ones that cover my face, and some of the other ones have been posted elsewhere, or people took pictures of me at different conventions, so I don't really feel comfortable posting those. I could technically show you... I know it's in the same spot, so I'm not really going crazy finding it. Pizza's just fishing for fun. I did make this as well several years prior. This is actually Joe in a Goblin Slayer cosplay. This is the first time I ever took on anything this big, and I can definitely do better than this now, especially with the paint jobs and everything. Pardon me. But I was really excited when this one was mostly finished. I definitely want to upgrade a lot of things from this, but this was the first time I ever made like this much armor for a costume. So I was pretty impressed with myself, at least for that. I've definitely improved since then on how to attach things, how to make sure there's enough room and give on in case of like body fluctuations and stuff. Not everything needs to be so freaking skin tight. So yeah, it's Joe in a Goblin Slayer suit from a few years ago. Yeah, I made this 5 years ago, maybe 5 or 6 years ago. I definitely have more funds and more know-how now that I could actually put in and like redo this from the ground up, but I do want to. But one cosplay thing at a time. Just because it's in the same spot, I did make this as well for a prop swap. And it was really cool because the person actually they took a dagger out of this case to put my dagger that I made in for this prop swap. So, it made me so happy that somebody liked my piece that I made for them so much that they, like, took an actual dagger out of this case just to put mine in there. I bet he really had the red eye too. Actually, I have an updated version of that cosplay with a red eye. So, we learned from someone else that you can get reflective tape. And if someone uses the flash to take a picture of you, it'll actually light up. So there's like a red smoky eye in the cosplay. And then if you take it with the flash, it'll light up on his helmet. I also have this one that I made for someone else for another prop swap. And then there's this one that I made from Supernatural as a gift for Joe. I don't think much else, but I'd have to go scrolling for anything else. If you had someone in your life who'd make a cosplay for me. Well, when I first made, it had to have been at least 6 years ago, because when I first made that cosplay, I really wanted to actually make it my job. I wanted to take on commissions and make art for a living. I still kind of want to do that, but I just have very poor time management skills, so I don't think... Because I want to say yes to all the cool sounding projects, but then actually giving myself time to sit down and do said cool projects doesn't always work out. I literally have someone still waiting on something for them to be a finalized version. I have like a semi-working version of something for someone. I can't talk about like who it's for or what it is on stream, but like I'm still, and it's been like 2 years. So, luckily this person is far too kind and giving me way too much time to work on it without abandoning me from their life. Granted, it's an entirely new skill to make that particular thing. But, yeah. Kira has time scuff. Oh, yeah. So bad. I struggle so much with wanting to take on cool projects and then not being able to do them in a reasonable amount of time, because I I have ADHD, and apparently that is one of the symptoms, and I didn't know this, that time blindness, as well as, like, getting so excited taking on a cool task, and then just not always finishing said cool task. It's not that I don't want to, it's just I get hyper-focused on something, and then whenever that hyper-focus burns out, it feels like pulling teeth to get myself to start again, even if it's something I enjoy doing. So, I just have to work on more management of my symptoms before I can really start, like, actually taking commissions for things. Especially for stuff that I can't do on stream. It makes it really challenging because I have to work enough. I have to. I can't afford to take a shit ton of days off, both for the health of the channel and the health of my bank account. Like, I can't afford to not stream often. Like, again, I considered possibly taking today off because I spent most of the day with a headache. But I'm like, I'm taking a whole fucking 8-9 days, I think, off just for TennoCon. And I already took the other night off because it was too much for the, in-person events that I was going to. Like, I can't. I think part of the reason why the citrine took me so long to want to start certain things is I keep thinking that I want to lose weight, and I really want to lose weight, and I'm worried that if I make a part of the costume at the weight I was at the time I wanted to originally start, that I would be a different weight, and that I'd have to change it. But lo and behold, I ended up gaining a little bit of weight instead of losing it because my stupid medication made it even harder to keep the weight off that I had already gotten off. So, it's really tricky when you're trying to make something form-fitted and you're worried about weight fluctuations as well. So I know that is part of the psychological reason for not wanting to start some of citrine early. I think that's why I went for making the crystals, making the Signa, working on the shoes, stuff that's not really going to change sizes. And then once it got to the point where I was like, yeah, I'm not losing any weight anytime soon, then I'm like, alright, I guess I can work on stuff. But right now, I'm just going, when I come back from TennoCon, I'm not gonna keep that mindset. If I lose weight, cool, that means I just get to make a smaller version. And I have already made the larger version at that point, so it will just be a part 2, which means I've already learned more, which means I'll probably actually make it better. And that's kind of the mindset that I'm just gonna try to have from now on, is that if I ever have to redo a section for weight fluctuation, God forbid I go even higher, but you know what I mean, I won't have to be so hard on myself because I'll start early. And if something happens, it will be fine, because I will have already done it once. It'll be easier and better to do it the second time, because I learned what I did wrong the first time. I challenge you to get a cosplay of Hildren and get in shape of her. Yeah, no. No. I can't even get to a healthy weight. No way I can get buff like Hildren. I can't. I've tried even getting skinnier. I can't. There's no freaking way. I do want to start working out again, and I do think that is also a big thing I want to start doing. I'm not going to beat myself up if I can't do it as often as I'd like, but I do really want to start working out, doing small stuff each day. and see how it goes. I just want to be healthy. I just want to get to a point where if a zombie apocalypse happened, I'm not slowing everyone else down. I literally had a meltdown the other day because I couldn't get myself up on this tiny ass little platform. Just because it was so much taller than me and I wasn't strong enough to pull myself up. And it really made me emotional, especially because Joe's nephew was calling me a big back several times. So I definitely want to, I just want to work on being stronger, being healthier, just getting myself to a point where I don't feel disgusted looking in the mirror without clothes on. Changing weight is hard, body wants to stay on form most comfortable. Working out stream, yeah, no. Think you and Joe would somewhat enjoy Night Rain. We've talked about it, but I think it's more of the fact that, like, it's a rush and we don't get to explore, and if fighting a boss takes too long, you have to, like, give up and just move on. That kind of stuff isn't fun. The two of us are both, like, explore every nook and cranny, collect every single thing. I know he gets mad at me for doing that in Warframe, but that's because we've explored everything. He likes the initial exploration. That's why we both liked Elden Ring so much to begin with, is that, you know, you get to have that exploration factor to it. And I think the super rushed mentality that you need to play Night Rain is kind of off-putting. I'd be willing to give it a try if there was, like, a free way to be able to play it, but at the same time, it still does seem like the hustle and bustle style of game, which is neither one of... Pardon me? Neither one of our favorite styles of game. I hope you're doing well, Groovenick. It's hard. Kira, your ADHD friend found out that she won't do something outside of the stream. Anyway, Kira, your ADHD friend found out that she won't do something outside of the stream, but during stream she'll give it her all. So maybe you can try to do gym streams that might help. I just don't know how comfortable I feel about stuff like that, because at least currently I have to stop frequently because of my asthma. And I'd still want to be, like, chatting with you guys, and with exercise-induced asthma, which is at least what I was told that I had as a teenager, it does make it challenging. So I don't think I'm comfortable with something like that, especially because, like, you guys can't see me anyway. So you're just gonna see my avatar freaking out because it's tracking improperly. I don't think streaming it is my best bet right now. I think getting myself a Wii, because I have a bunch of exercise Wii games, is probably my best bet. Or a Wii U, so that I can play the Wii games that way. But I have a bunch of games that I enjoy, DDRs, and stuff like that. Low impact style games. The Wii Fit, I lost weight in high school doing that. I lost 20 pounds playing DDR, walking around my house, and Wii Fit. So I'm hoping to try something like that. Something like that again. But I have to get a Wii, and I do want to go yard sale shopping to try to find them, because my mom kept all of the consoles, so I don't have one right now. I do have some of the games, at least, some of the exercise ones, but yeah. There are definitely a shit ton more games that we're missing, but at least I have the exercise-ish ones right now, and I'd like to at least use those, so... I'm pretty sure my mom sold off all the Wii games to help keep the house afloat, which really fucking sucks. So I have no idea what happened with them, but it is what it is. But I do have the exercise ones, and I would like to actually use those. I have the dance mats and everything, and that, like I said, that really helped me lose about 20 pounds when I was in high school. Which honestly, it's a lot of weight. It's not all of the weight that I need to lose. I definitely need to lose a lot more than 20 pounds. But I think it'll be a good way to just get myself in shape. Or at least started on that path, and it's doing something I enjoy, so. And it's low impact. I have one of the adventure ones. I literally can't remember the name of it all the time. The adventure one on the Switch. But that one's very, like, go, go, go. And I can't always do that because it triggers the asthma, it makes everything hurt, which I understand is part of the exercise, but I'm not there yet. I think I can, like, work my way up to playing that. It is a lot more intense than I'm really up for right now. So I want to work my way to playing that, which means playing things like the Wii Fit is really nice because there's a lot of yoga on there and things that, you know, just step up, step down on the Wii Fit mat thing. What's that called? I don't remember what it's called. But yeah, it's like a little step that can also sense where you're standing on it. And I think that's probably going to be my best bet. I don't think I'm comfortable doing that kind of stuff on stream currently. And the only other workout stuff I could do on stream can't really be done in front of the cameras, so it doesn't seem worth it to try to do that while streaming. Like, I technically have a VR set up that I could set up properly for here and then do something like Beat Saber, but again, doing that kind of stuff while streaming is really intimidating. Kira's neighborhood isn't exactly safe for that kind of thing. Start small and jog around the few blocks. Oh, I wish. I miss being able to do that. I used to do that when I lived with friends, but this is not a safe neighborhood, and that is part of the reason why I have struggled with my weight, is that I can't go outside safely. I'm in an area that's just not particularly safe. There's just people around here that just don't make me feel comfortable leaving my house by myself. One of my neighbors already has, like, a broken wrist for getting into a fight with the cops. Like, I'm not having it, man. Like, I can't. Plus, being a female walking around by myself just doesn't feel safe anyway. I do go for walks in the summer when it's not too hot when Joe is here. And when I was living with him, we would go on walks more, but I just can't do that here, so. I'm stuck in my apartment, like, almost every day of the week. It does make it tricky, but I just don't trust being out in my neighborhood. I wish I did. I wish I could go walking. I wish I could go, like, I don't always have access to the car, so it's not like I can just go and go to a gym either, or go somewhere that felt safe. I don't have constant access to the vehicle. It's shared between me and Joe, so that's another factor. So it's just stuff, it's just learning to do more inside the house. The self-motivation is really hard. Plus, I do think the Lexapro was actually causing a lot of my fatigue issues, because now that I've been off it, I haven't felt massive need to lay down dizziness more than I think once. And I was having that happen like every other week, if not more than once a week before. where I'm just like, I need to nap or I'm gonna fall down, and I'm not having that happen as much now, so I do think some of that medication was actually causing me even more problems, probably sapping more of my nutrients than I realized, making me like low sodium, having low sodium issues, and possibly other stuff as well. I do want to try to change birth controls because I do think that's part of the problem as well, but I tried before and I need a new PCP before I can do that because my current one, piece of shit. I was like, I don't like the one I'm on, and apparently he suggested one of the oldest birth controls in the book. My psychiatrist was just like, huh, I wonder why you chose that one. That one's super old. I'm like, great. So, I need a new doctor before I can really start messing with even more of my meds. Which I'm probably gonna have to do soon because I don't think I have any more refills on my current birth control. Put your VR on throne. Put VR on throne. I have a VR. I have a Valve Index. I have like one of the better VRs out there. But it just doesn't feel comfortable to like VR stream. I was going to. I got the Valve Index specifically for stream so I could have like hand tracking and stuff, and it just didn't end up being as worthwhile as I thought it was going to be because the batteries die in the controllers too quickly for a full-time stream, and you can't use them while they're charging. Which I think is fucking stupid, but... Buy yourself a motion capture costume and do workout in it. You know how much those are? You know how much a motion capture costume is? Like $30,000 for a decent one. If I had $30,000 right now, it's not going to a mocap suit. It's going straight to a house. Smell of sweat will be painful, but it is what it is. Content doesn't smell. Does it matter if it is a Wii or Wii U? Technically, no, because the Wii games are played on both, but, eventually I want to be able to replace all of them, so it's just whatever I can find first. I do believe all of the Wii games play on the Wii U, so I don't think it really technically matters. And I don't have a ton of Wii U games, so I can always wait to replace that one if I find a Wii first. Which I should be able to. A lot of people sell Wiis at yard sales. I remember when they were being sold for like 20 bucks. Because so many people were getting rid of their Wiis. So I can still probably find one. I just need to go yard sailing again to do it. They're out there. Do you wanna kinda... Stay where I put you! Like the hardest part of the whole thing is where it starts to get to the pointy bit at the top. This will help me smooth out the point. Put it on throne. No, I'm not asking for a fucking $30 mocap suit. Maybe after Maybe after I have a house, I will consider asking or trying to fund something like that. But for right now, fuck no. I'm not asking for something that outrageous when I still have, like, regular shit that needs to be accomplished first. Not necessarily from you guys, just in general. I'm not asking for a mocap suit. Again, this is one of those things where I get so excited about something and then I don't always use it to its full potential, so no. Not something that expensive. I don't feel comfortable doing that. Oh, I tilted this up too much, trying to move it last second. I want to try to get this in camera. It's hard because of the size of this sucker, but... I need to tear this in two. It's too big. An improvement for the stream quality. It's an investment in your content. Again, maybe after my living situation is better. Until then, I am not asking for anything outrageous. I have already done the House on Throne joke for you guys, but I'm not asking for something like that. There's no point right now. Again, I'm still trying to keep it in stream view, but it's really tough. But yeah, if I just had a spare 30 grand right now, it would either go straight towards a house, like a down payment on a house, or getting Joe a new truck, because one, I would like to have the car to myself. And two, I want him to have a truck again. Like, I know he misses his truck so much. And our little car gets us from A to B, but I miss him having a truck, he misses having a truck. Fucking $30,000 right now would not be going to a mocap suit. Even $12,000 right now would not be going to a mocap suit. And I'm not gonna ask for something like that either. So I don't have the money, and asking for something that frivolous seems unreasonable. I can relate with VR. I own a Rift S, and Quest 3. I seem to forget that I don't have the space for it. Need to get a better GPU, and my knees tend to give out on me randomly. Yeah. I don't use mine enough either. I've lived here for a year and a half, and I haven't unpacked mine. I have the space for it. I probably could set it up. But I've been here for a year and a half, and I haven't taken it out of the box. I used it a fair amount when I first got it, setting stuff up, working with it, but the novelty of it kind of wore off, and I don't have the time now. I really don't. Wow, I am really happy with the way that this is turning out. I do want to make some sort of, like, bottom for this at some point, but I think for right now, it's okay the way that it is. I'll probably make some sort of bottom, but I do need to have a pole that comes out of it, so for right now, it's good the way that it is. I think that's everything. Yeah. That's everything that needs to be done for this, so. It's a little spot that's being weird. Cat fur, get off of surface. Alright. Floor for a minute. Is this up? Yes, Blizzmaker. I see who someone should be asleep right now. Yep, probably should be. Not gonna be. I'm super wide awake. I had a little bit of caffeine. I don't feel like more awake than I should be. I just feel like my brain is doing what it's supposed to be doing normally, because apparently that's what happens when people who have caffeine that have ADHD. I don't feel... I don't even think it's really caffeine. I've had very little, but I had slightly more than one can of soda in the last 24 hours. But yeah, I don't want to sleep yet. I slept most of the day away because I had a migraine, or I don't even know if I should call it a migraine. It was a really bad headache. So, yeah. I didn't even end up getting to the red. Oh! There's the paintbrush! I thought I lifted this up. Son of a bitch. Just because I have a bad habit of not putting things back and just trying to like put it on the other part of my desk. I'm gonna put this back. Morning though, Kiowa. You good despite the migraine? Yeah, I'm good now. The headache went away hours ago, but, Yeah, I'm good now. It was really bad earlier. Like, I tried to sleep it off and it wasn't going away. So. But yeah, I'm doing a lot better now. Okay. I'm gonna paint this black and then figure out what to do from there. Originally, I was thinking about covering it with this, which I think I could still do. But the problem is, I'd have to leave the film on top. This is supposed to be like a heat transfer vinyl, and I don't know if I could like heat it onto here to get it to fully transfer. But I was gonna do this like super duper shiny stuff on it. But I think I'm just gonna paint it. I think painting it is probably gonna be better than trying to put that stuff on here, just because it's gonna be a bitch. A bitch and a half to try and actually get that on this surface in a clean manner. Because then I'm still gonna want to paint on top of that. So for right now, regardless, it's gonna get a lovely coat of black. I'm actually gonna stand up for this, just because it's good to stand. Now I'm going to get to use the big ass brush. I beat Double Joe last night after 10 tries. Oh my goodness. Sorry, there's something in my eye. That hurt. After 10 tries, you stood still for 42 minutes straight and was sweating! Good for you for beating that, though. That's kind of crazy. Why did it crackle like that? That's weird. Probably didn't put enough of a coat on. Okay, so you can see the difference of like how this would have gone on versus how it's going on now. Like, this is crazy. Super smooth. I could have done a couple more coats of the Mod Podge or sprayed it with the Plastidip. I am not spray painting anything inside the apartment, and it is way too wet outside to do that. And the timeline for this is short, so but it has a really pretty, like, rainbowy water marbling effect on it. So I'll have to pull up my Xbox to be able to get like a nice paint job on this. So that's probably something I'll do off stream so I can keep looking at the pretty colors. I realize that the iPad actually diminishes some of the details for Warframe, for at least the cosplay portion of trying to look at things. And I want as high detail as possible, and it's hard to do that while streaming. So and I'm really happy with the smoothness of this after doing the thing of decoupage. It definitely helped the edges a ton. I think that was way worth it. This is significantly flatter. And once the design is on here, you won't even be able to see these types of very minimal seams. I probably could have taken some sandpaper and stuff to this and really made it smooth, but time is not on my side. So I will just be happy with the way that this looks. If I had another, like, 2 or 3 months to work on this costume, then I would probably spend another 2 days on this crystal, but I can probably only spend another, like, 3 or 4 hours. Tops. And it would be, like, an entire day of sanding. And then priming. And I really don't want to waste spray paint on a prop like this. So where the fuck am I gonna even put it after TennoCon? I'm not gonna throw it out, but I don't know where the fuck I'm gonna put it. Damn it. I just got black paint all over my shirt. I wanted to just move these so I didn't get paint all over them. And I end up knocking the paint to the floor and hit myself in the shirt anyway. It was 15, but who is counting? You're gonna say you didn't spray paint it since it'd be a bit faster. Yeah, but I also can't go outside. It's wet. And spray painting inside my apartment is a death sentence. I've done it before, and it friggin' sucks. Makes the whole place smell, and it's not just me I have to worry about, it's my animals. So if you just say, put a respirator on, I have animals. I don't have tiny little reptile and cat respirators. So... put it on them, too. It's something, I do want to try doing more upgrades and stuff to Stream Buzzmaker. I just don't know if that's something I'm capable of doing. I actually think the texture of the decoupaged pieces are gonna help with that water marbling look. That flowy look. Fucking touched my shirt again. It's okay, I can just wash it. The paint will come right off. This is a acrylic paint. Comes right off of clothes most of the time. I do like this shirt, but it tends to be a bedtime shirt. I don't usually wear it out in public, so I don't really care if there's paint on it. do apologize if this isn't in camera. It just allows me to go a little bit faster. So I just want to get a coat paint on here. I definitely don't need to do a second coat, because if there's a little green showing through, who cares? I'm gonna put a rainbow on this. I just want to give it a good base coat, because the colors will appear better and brighter with a black background. So I just want to get this on here fairly even and fairly quickly. If it wasn't rainy out, I would like maybe consider trying to spray paint out on the porch deck thing. But I've never stepped foot out there because it's freaking disgusting. I haven't looked since, but I've been here a year and a half and I've just never gone out there because the neighbors use it, and when I first moved in there was just like trash and all kinds of stuff there, so I didn't feel comfortable doing it. I actually have that door blocked that even goes out there. I'd have to move stuff to even get to there. I would consider just going out front of the building and spray painting, because I've done that before, but like I said, it was super rainy all night, so spray paint likely wouldn't dry properly. Probably gonna have to redo this part at the top because my hands keep touching it, but it'll be fine. This paint seems to dry pretty quickly anyway. Plus, spray painting is not my forte. Wish it was, but it's not. So, I don't know I could give it a nice, perfect coat after spending all this time trying to make it smooth. Man, if I had the time, I'd try to make a Shawzen too. Because I just took in a guitar, besides the little kid guitar that I had from my mom's house, I just took in a broken guitar that one of my neighbors was putting in the trash that I will eventually turn into a Shawzen. But I wish I had had the time to do that for this year, but it's definitely on the docket for next year. Thank you for the lowercase. Breakfast. Honestly, I should get food. I'm way too wide awake. I need to never have caffeine again. I am so awake. Almost to the point of, like, being hyper with just, like, the tiniest amount. Sometimes it makes me sleepy. And I only took one Ritalin today. But I did rest a lot, and I don't even think it's the caffeine. I think it's just the fact that I actually had sugar today, too. I had a whole half a bag of marshmallows. That's probably doing more of a number on me than the actual caffeine. Caffeine usually just gives me a stomach ache and I don't really feel any effects of it. I have a feeling it's probably the half a bag of marshmallows I had because I think I was not having enough sugar and that was part of the headache. And then now I've had too much sugar and I have the zoomies. Not full zoomies, but I'm wide awake at 7:30 in the morning. Which probably sounds normal to some people, be like, I'm wide awake at 7:30 a.m., but I haven't slept yet, that's the problem. Granted, I didn't get out of bed until like 4 p.m. or 5 p.m., so it's really not that bad. But again, that's because I had a migraine headache thing. I don't want to diminish the people that have actual migraines. I don't know what that should have been classified as. All I know is my head fucking hurt. And now it doesn't, so... Make a femme version of... Make a femme version of the smoking skin of Excalibur with Shawzen. Call it Excaliboob. That's terrible. I'll just try to get in that crevice. Rostrap is killing me. Painting is always so satisfying. I like the tiny detail work too, but there's something about just being like, whoosh, you're a different color. I hope I'm not screwing up the zipper by painting so close to it. It should be fine, but I really hope I didn't just fuck it up. That should be good. Because it's gonna be rainbow, it doesn't have to be perfect. See how bad the other sides that touch the table look. Oh, not too bad. Couple of spots. Tilt it. This just to get it's like one or two smudged spots. My hands were. For whatever reason, this is friggin' crackling. Oh, why? It's minor, so it's fine. Again, if some green shows through, it's not the end of the world, because this is going to be painted rainbow. Alright, I'm going to let this attempt to fully dry, and then I'll go back and make any adjustments. Right now I'm just going to keep making adjustments upon things that are gonna just keep getting bumped. So I'll wait for this to be fully dry. And then I'll make more adjustments. Some cardboard just to underneath this. Oh, that's a baby fix. I just slid my hand down it. Molly's gonna need to wash my hands soon. I guess painting could be the feeling of wanting to change something on a whim. I think it's also the instant gratification of being like one color, another color. It is the same thing when you go to like clean something that's really, really dirty, that has like a shit ton of dust on it. You're like, dirty, wipe, clean. It's like, oh, the brain chemicals. I like the way they're functioning with this one. I honestly don't care that it's 7:30 in the morning. I don't care that I've been streaming for 8 hours. I still want to kind of do some more. So, I'm going to take a quick pause. I'm going to go wash my hands. I'm going to go maybe grab some breakfast. That also sounds like a good idea. And then just keep going. I think I'm gonna go back to working on the arms while that paint on the crystal dries. So I'm gonna cover these with fabric and then be able to attach them to the arms. Because that means the arms will be basically done, which is really good. And I might even be able to start the legs soon. I'm wondering if I just go in the other room and take the monitor that I have in there and plug it in here. And that way I can have that functioning. So I can see the crystal. Because right now, you guys, I can't see two things at once. I only have one Elgato. I'd have to unplug one of my current monitors to plug that in, or I could just plug current Xbox into a different monitor. Let me see. Christopher, thank you so much for the Prime sub.
Chris_Topher_2 just subscribed for 15 months. It's the beginning.
It's the beginning of the world as we know it. That's not what's going on here. Alright, let me cast my third ability. Second ability. Why is the second ability? It's fucking backwards. The buttons are backwards. Okay. Can I see? Oh no, it's still water marbly. It's fucking just like it though! Oh man, I'm so excited that this crystal... It looks just like it! I think I just paint it iridescent purple or like a shiny... I think I have a shiny metallic purple. And then I kind of just make a rainbow waves. Friendly reminder, it's not edible. Your Prime sub or the crystal? I'm so sorry. I do want to make it some sort of like shiny metallic purple because it's kind of how it functions, but first, wash hands. Second, then come back here. I think by the time I wash my hands, this crystal should be dry enough. Kind of already feels dry enough, for the most part, to give it a purple coat. So, I need to clean this desk. I'm really sad by all of the paint that got all over this beautiful cutting board that Kitty sent me. I love this cutting mat so much, and now it's just becoming a mess again. Because I don't have enough surfaces to do different tasks on. At least not cleaned surfaces. I do have that pearlescent, which I think would do a good job, but I also have this, which I think is like literally the perfect shade of purple for the metallic under crystal, and I think I have another one of these in case this runs out. And then I also have the mica powder, and then I can do like the rainbow water marbling on top of it. Alright, first comes first. I'm gonna go stand up and wash my hands. We'll go from there. Hello, Tribby! Oh, how's progress? Good, but I'm still not done! I'm working on the third ability crystal right now, just because that feels like something I need, even though the rest of the actual physical costume isn't done. I'm taking time to do this, because it's important to me, so once I have that done, it'll be a sense of relief. So I'll be right back. I need to go wash my hands. I will hydrate and stretch. Those are both great options. I will grab the rest of the soda thing I was drinking out of the fridge. Alright, I will be right back. Give me just a moment. I wanted food. This is the second time I've eaten on stream. You know, this is a long one if I eat twice in the same stream. Like a full ass meal. Alright. Headset back on. Sitting in front of the camera. React time? What? Sana, you're not dying. Shh, you're okay. A new person started following me on Instagram. Thank you so much. I love how it's like reminding me I have an Airbnb set up. I'm like, bitch, I know. Make sure my volume's not on, and I'm gonna pull possibly a Pokemon card pack. I think I have one ready. I have 2 packs ready. Oops. That was a bigger bite than I wanted, but it wouldn't bite cleanly. I don't feel comfortable doing that on Twitch just because of so many copyright issues, Buzzmaker. When bed? I don't know, I'm wide awake. Oh, I didn't grab my other soda. I should probably drink more. Maybe I'll set up React videos as like a Discord thing that I could then... Anybody who doesn't make it to the Discord just goes onto like Patreon or something. React content is good content for YouTube videos. You need to grow. I'm surprised that someone like you are still small. Oh, you're so sweet. I do need to put myself on more platforms. I'm really bad about stuff like that. It's really sweet of you, though. Someone like me. Makes me feel like my content's actually decent. Even if I'm just sitting here eating food at almost 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm sorry, Christopher. I got a burger with fresh melted cheese on it, too. Just from React content videos, that works, too. Yeah, but that feels cheap. I know it's a valid option, but it doesn't feel like the right option. Just like, I could sell feet pics and go that route, too, but it still kind of feels like a weird option. It's not worthwhile content to me. React videos here and there, fine, but I don't know. Yes, and you know I'm obsessed by melting cheese too, you meanie. I know, I'm sorry. Still money, I have videos about food for you to react. I don't know, maybe I'll try that route at some point. It's not a today thing, though. It's Monterey Jack cheese, too. No, Colby Jack? Colby Jack. Because Monterey Jack and Colby cheese. Just Colby Jack. See the two colors? I have a block of it in my fridge, and so I just cut it up and melted it on top of the burger. And then stuck the burger on the bun. Well, we went to Joe's friend's for 4th of July / birthday party, because it's his friend's husband's birthday. And, they sent me home with half a package of burger buns and a full-ass package of hot dog buns. He's like, I haven't even opened the other ones that are in the cabinet. Just take them home with you. And I was like, what? I was like, okay, I'll bring them to the party that we're going to the next day. Not realizing the party that we went to the next day, which was a congrats that you finally got divorced party, was actually catered, and it wasn't like a cookout style. So I got home with like 4 burger buns and a whole ass thing of hot dog rolls, and I'm like, what am I gonna do with this? Half a pack with a big block of cheese. I'm gonna get so hungry, I'll be on world. Hi, Suzuki. Where did your emblem go? You're not subbed. Melted cheeseburger, and instead of beef or chicken, you go goat meat. Interesting. There we go. Thank you.
Simplai Suzuki just subscribed for 23 months.
TikTok showed me another video that you commented on recently, and I can't even remember what it was. Besides the voluptuous lady. No, show me some other one. I don't remember what it was. Oh, I know the voluptuous lady, though. It's that TikTok trend where it's like, Big Mama, you big... No, it was not that one. Nope, I lied. It's the, take your woman, multiply her by 4, and then a whole lot of woman needs a whole lot more. And it's just this really thick, beautiful lady in a red dress. And I see him commenting on it, and I'm like, I actually thought the woman was very attractive, despite the fact that, like, people think that bigger women aren't as attractive, but whatever. I was like, oh, is that what people mean when they say that I look good in a red dress? Because I'm kind of shaped like her, just shorter. Stuff like that are cute animal videos. Yep, got meat lighter, softer, and if prepared correctly, is freaking drug. Beauty is not just appearance. I know, but I've struggled with body image my whole life, so. Actually, I was quite tiny as a kid, but as soon as my sister got sick, I actually think it was probably before then. No, it's probably right around that time. I just started packing on the weight. Stuff like that. Kira, will you check the emotes that I redeem after the stream? I will attempt to remember to do that. Don't believe me, just Google good meat burger, goat meat burger image and you'll understand. Don't worry, y'all. If you saw her, you'd do the double take. I am not that pretty. Thank you for thinking so. And I know you mean it. But, no. Respectfully. And you saw me not that long ago, so you know how the size I am now too. And you still think that? Would I say damn? As your friend, I will say you're still lovely. Part of me wants to know what you'd say if you weren't my friend, but I'll leave it at that. I won't press. I'm not fishing for compliments. Hot damn? Is there a difference between damn and hot damn? Yes. I don't know what the difference is. Hot damn is a step higher. Why am I awake? This is a recording. This is not live content at 8:07 a.m. with me eating a cheeseburger for breakfast. But that was funny though, friggin' person. You caught me off guard. Don't work when I see food in the hands. What food? What hands? You see nothing. Nom nom. Besides some popcorn chicken earlier, this is the first like actual meal I've had all day. I had a little bit of peanut butter and fluff after I got up. Like 5 or 6 pieces of popcorn chicken. And now this. And some marshmallows, because I thought I was having low blood sugar. I did take a couple of bites out of the honeydew melon and a couple of, like a handful of cherries from the fridge because I was, like, really hungry a few hours ago. But in terms of, like, actual substantial food, I've had some popcorn chicken in this. At this point, it's sad that I don't know your address, Kiowa. I would have ordered you some pizza or ramen. I have considered putting Treat Stream back up, which would literally let you do that. It's like Throne, but for food. So you could literally order me takeout, but like, you don't need to do that. I can cook my own food. It's okay. Ramen does sound really good, though. You sound like starving fish, though. I have food in my house. I just sometimes can't get myself to cook. For when it's just me. We need to send you more corns. That's what the... You could send corn to the P.O. box, you weirdos. Send your freaking cans of corn there. I'm not giving you my address. One of you weirdos would show up here. I'm on late, big door. Yup. You calling me a weirdo? Yes. Yeah, good for you for catching on. I'm a weirdo too, it's okay. Cooking for myself more recently, and it's a struggle sometimes. Hard to get portions down for 1, 2. Yeah, that part is really hard because then I end up just making a lot of leftovers, and then I don't always want that same food the next day. 0 lies detected. Here's mouth. Here's mouth avatar is brand open. We know she's chewing her burger. I can see the avatar like doing this basically too because it moves the whole avatar when I'm chewing. But yeah, Suzuki over there, if he had my address again, he's had it in the past, but like, actually, I don't know if you have because we met up while I was at work often because I didn't trust my mother. Actually don't know if you ever had my address. I'm not letting that message through, you weirdo. Show up in my house with a whipped cream pie. It is a real burger this time. I know you, I didn't think you had the apartment address that I'm in right now, but I couldn't remember. 'Cause I think you might have had my mom's place. But I didn't trust my mom around other people more so than anything else. Because I would have at that time, I wouldn't have had a problem. That would be pretty crazy, Big Door. It's never happened. You can see her wiggling every time I chew. Well, I did have, I did have somebody walk up to me at TennoCon because they figured out who I was, but, but I've had, like, straight-up conversations with people. I was standing right in front of Higgsley last year. I was standing right in front of Higgsley last year, and I was talking to somebody else, and I looked, and then he's just looking at me, and I'm just staring at him, because I know it's him, but he doesn't know it's me, and then I just go like this. And I hand him one of my fish stickers, and then it kind of clicks in his head. After he heard me speak to other people. Plus, my voice is technically slightly different in person. Not by much, but there's only so much you can do with recorded audio. So I genuinely don't believe that anyone will figure out who I am. Like, it's not... You're only gonna notice if you see me in cosplay. Also, I might try to get the 3D printer hooked up either today or tomorrow. Because somebody handed me something last year that literally made me want to cry. They had some 3D printed... I'm so sorry. They had 3D printed Forma, and I was dressed as Wisp. And I came back off the stage, off to the side, and this guy comes up to me, and he was like, here, Wisp is my favorite, so I had to give her another Forma. And he fucking handed me a little 3D printed Forma. And so I kind of want to bring some of those with me this year, and if I just let the 3D printer print them out, then it'll be perfectly fine. I can just let them print in like a goldish filament. Gold. I don't think I have a gold resin, but I can get one. Or just spray paint a whole bunch of them. So I kind of want a bunch of those to get printed off to like hand people a 3D printed Formo while I'm at TennoCon. You'll be a mime in TennoCon and no one will know. But yeah, I genuinely don't believe anyone would notice my voice being that and then pick me out of a crowd. I even had to I had to introduce myself to Brozyme. I had to introduce myself to like people because they don't know who I am, even though I would consider these people like streamer friends. They've been in here enough times, like they can recognize my voice. But it is very, very hard to, unless you're searching for that person, to recognize someone just by their voice. Have the Forma be one side and your fish on the other. That would be cute. Hi, kitty. I'm sitting in the parking lot of the school. I slept all day yesterday because of the migraine headache thing, so I'm wide awake now. And I had some caffeine and some sugar today, and it seems kind of pointless to sleep when I have therapy at 1. I knew you thought you'd reset your streak by going to bed early. Apparently not. I've been streaming for just over 8 hours. Went to bed at like 9, unfucking heard of for you. I didn't get out of bed until like 4 or 5 p.m. yesterday. I was gonna get out of bed at like 4 or 5 o'clock, but I ended up rolling out of bed around then. I was originally trying to aim for noon, but I set my alarm for 1:30. I was like, I'll give myself until 1:30. The alarm went off and I was like, I need to go lay back down. There is a shooting pain up the back of my head from my neck. So that was unpleasant. Bumdo 2, I was like, damn, I'll miss Kira's stream. I wonder. Oh well, I'll see her next week anyways. But no, here the fuck you are. I probably just need to end stream before Joe gets awake in like possibly 2 hours. Sometimes he gets up at like 10:30 in the morning. It's fine. Once I come back from TennoCon, I'm gonna stop at 2 a.m. and do the start early thing. That is the goal. I know that's been the goal plenty of times, and I know I lied to myself plenty of times, but I'm really gonna try to stick to it. Even if it's painful some days. Do your classwork, kitty. Bombards Joe's phone to wake him. No! Honestly, he asks me what time I go to bed anyway, and he knows that I have to get this costume done, so I don't think he's gonna judge me too harshly about being awake late. He's gonna be mad because I'm probably not gonna want to play games again tonight. But fun. Time to paint the crystal. The camera said no. Meh. Actually, before I go crazy, I wonder... I don't know a lot of metallics. And this pack is just the gold and silver. But I do have metallics in here. Not the full rainbow, though. It's like not a red. There's a pink, which is 52, which is weird. Yeah, but that doesn't show up really well. I guess I'm not gonna use the markers to paint on it. I'll just paint like a normal human being. I think this metallic purple will be a good base. I think I probably should have done another layer of the Mod Podge, but it's okay. This is gonna have more paint on it. Doo-dah, doo-dah. Almost 100% for the Aisle Weaver? What? Can't wait to see the full cosplay on stage. You wish you had the money to go to actually go to TennoCon? Yeah. If it weren't for the fact that TennoCon was in driving distance, I wouldn't be able to afford to go either because the plane tickets are like $700 there and back per person. This is out of the country and I don't have that kind of fucking money. Not to do every year, at least. So I have Purple Pearl. Let me see if I have... Not gonna lie, you want to go just for the concert, right? I think I have a... Oops, my paint's in the other room. Hold on. Okay. I have a variety. Really pretty metallic colors. I just don't have like a yellowy or a green metallic, which can be supplemented probably by the gold. I do have the gold. Glitter. I don't think I have a metallic green anywhere else. I don't really like green. I don't really own it. I wonder... One of these acrylic markers. That was not a metallic green, right? 58. Yellow metallic, you mean gold? Yeah, gold. One of those. Yeah, the problem is the green is too subtle. So I'd have to put white underneath to make the metallic green appear brighter. But I can do that if I have to. If not, I think all of these colors will be really pretty. I just don't have a green metallic. I can always pick one up, or I can order one if I have to, but first of all, I want to do a base coat of this because I think it's pretty and I think it's dark enough. Especially if I do a nice thin coat. Oh, he wants a K drive. Huh? Good morning, Mean Beanie. Why do they keep making new Oreos? I don't know. Apparently blueberry pie Oreos are back in shop. With bedtimes, at least you're remembering to eat and do self-care. Right? At least remember to eat and do self-care. Purple Pearl. Is this the one I meant to grab? Did I put Amethyst back? No. Amethyst is the one I want. Purple Pearl is for after. This one's darker. But yeah, I've remembered to eat. I remembered to do all of the things I was supposed to do except for feed one of the reptiles, but he can get fed today, so it's fine. I want to feed all the snakes today. I have Zezumis. I have less Zoomies now that I've eaten food because it kind of slows my system down, but I still have Zezumis. This is such a pretty color. Save me from the morons. They just talked about lava lamp flavored Oreo. Now they're just being dumb. The only thing remaining is to sleep. I will, just not right now. Maybe I'll take a nap. Because I have therapy at 1. So if I stop at like 10, I can still take a nap. I'm not tired. Well, can we just skip like 6 days? No. No, I have too much to do to just skip the next 6 days. Okay, thanks. Oh man, that's such a pretty color. I don't know if the camera is doing that any justice, but it is such a pretty purple. I think it's actually probably too bright. No! I don't know if I have a darker metallic purple. I think I should have dry brushed this on so that a little bit of the black could still show through. Well, I could probably still do that. I just have to wipe more of this away. I think it looks better if it's not solid. That's way prettier. I think it looks more close to it if I just smudge a bunch of this off. Instead of doing it as like a full coat. It's hard to see because I think this light is kind of blinding it. I think a thinner coat of this so you can still see the black is better. Let me see how much of me you can see if I back this up. I think you can still see too much. You guys can actually see what I'm doing. Legs! I think you guys can see what I'm doing a little bit better. Legs for free! Just remember not to eat anything before you wash that paint off. Oh, I know. I'm sorry. Alright, so... Cobalt blue and color paint with this purple. Maybe. I'm gonna do the rainbows and stuff on this anyway, but I think I just wanna lightly brush the purple on. So that you can still kind of see some of the black through it. Because it's like a really dark purple. Chat, love, and curious, absolute territory. Want to upgrade the metallic hue on this purple? Not necessarily the hue. I want to keep it dark. You guys are seeing it with the... I don't know if that's the sunlight leaning through. It is. It's a little better. I'm just wondering if it's too dark, but I wanted to keep the metallic sheen. Is that the Nelson blanket? Yes, it keeps my chair from giving me the itchy scratchies. I'm gonna be painting a shit ton of rainbows on here anyway. I just don't want the purple hue to take away from that. But I'm worried that it's too bright. Guys, you see how much I move? Ugh. I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can have this much leg on camera. Oh, we need to add some blue or black in your purple base. Maybe. I could... I do have this one, which I think is a little darker. Oh yeah, that one's way darker. I might be better off with this one in general. It's leg day. I'm so uncomfortable right now. Yeah, like you can see the difference in tone. Yeah, I think this is closer to the purple I was thinking initially. I don't want it to be too much on the brush. I wonder if I can just... There, at least my legs are blurred. Like push. There we go. Now I can be a little less self-conscious. You can see more of my messy desk, but I can be a little less self-conscious. Darker that way, starting with the light purple as the first layer, followed by the darker one as the second layer. I think that's what I'm gonna do, so it helps darken it. Because I still want kind of a little bit of the black to come through. I want it to still be crystalline, but then she also has like the rainbow glow across it. It's hard because the camera's just not doing it any justice, so I can't even ask you guys' true opinions. Because it's just washing it out. I do think this darker purple is a bit better. It honestly could go even darker than this. I'm wondering if I mix, it's like I have this, which is obsidian. I wonder if I mix some of the obsidian and not the amethyst. Did I put it back already? I did. So I'm an idiot. Paradoxically, the black reflect the light so brightly that it looks brighter. Yeah. So what if I mix the black and the purple metallics? Because the problem is I still want it to be very metallic. But I just need a significantly darker color. And I'd love to be able to do it as just an actual coat of paint. And then do all the details after. Oh, that's a really pretty purple. It's easier to see when it's not reflecting. It honestly could even just go a little darker than this. But I feel like that's... It's so hard, it's so reflective. I mean, it's supposed to be. It's gonna be a crystal, but I think this, like, muted, dark purpley color will do it a lot more justice. So, now I have a game plan. Now I can paint said game plan. This is kind of just like the base of the crystal. And if there's a little bit of black still showing, I think that's honestly okay. I'm just gonna have to keep mixing myself more of this because of how big the surface is. I think that's like a really pretty darker purple. And it's still hard to show what it is that I'm seeing for colors because it's so reflective. I don't know if I can tilt. Oh, there we go. When it's not so reflective, like, it is a much nicer dark purple. Much closer to the actual crystal color. So I need these two roughly equal parts. Good thing is I should have more of both of them. Obsidian. As the music stopped. I don't think a solid coat is going to be necessary anyway. I like the idea of it being numerous colors, having some of this just in here, as different shades of purple will make it look more realistic. Morning, mister. Why is the art say hello? What? Kind of bright and shiny for the crystal. It will be with the rainbow. So the plan... A lot of these are full. Hold on. The plan after the fact is to have a bunch of these metallic colors. I already have some of the amethyst and that one and the pink. Need this one. The problem is I don't have any like metallic greens. And I want to stick to the pretty metallics because I feel like it would look really good. But I might go through afterwards and add some non-metallic colors just for more variety because it's supposed to be like an actual rainbow. Those are two very similar colors. The goal is supposed to have like a water marbling look to it, so it kind of just flows and squiggles. So the goal would to just like some reds that go into... I think I need to add... I have a neon orange. If I add the neon orange into the copper, I think it'll give me more of the rainbow color I'm kind of looking for. Maybe not. It kind of just looks like brown. And then some of the gold. It's literally water marbled rainbow, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. But, like, this would be the colors. There's definitely a lot more yellows and greens. And it's definitely more whoosh, 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 like flowy, like liquidy. Like I kind of could just drag it across with like a shit ton of paint on the brush and kind of just... The problem is it needs to be a lot. This is kind of too thin. Kind of like this. I think I need to vary the wave pattern more. Because it basically kind of looks like an oil slick, and I don't know if I'm capable of doing that, because it also needs like a bright yellow. And I don't know if the metallics are honestly the way to go. They kind of look like it. But I'm wondering if maybe... Ah, wow, 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 wow. Yeah, Avara, I hear you. I'm wondering if I should do that technique with like a paintbrush where you load up the different colors on the brush. And then you like drag it across. And then it would be like... I think I'm thinking too much straight up rainbow, and it's not. It's like red is in this zone, and it's more like red and then more red up here. Good morning, Azeron. there's like a little bit of orange like mixed in around the red zones. I don't hate it. I don't know if I can get what I want out of it, especially because what I'm seeing on the iPad version is not exactly the same. Hold on. I want to look at it not top down. It's not bad. I don't love it. It's not bad. I think I'm gonna put the purple over it for now. I like the subtle rainbow. I'm like accidentally making little butterflies. As I realized I still had this paintbrush in my hand, so there's like 2 little butterflies on the side of this. Whoops. I like the subtle rainbow of painting the purple on top of it, but that's not what it looks like. It looks like a wet oil slick, and I don't know how to do that. What I could do is put some red in a blob, some orange in a blob. Back. Some yellow. Some of the teal. Some of this. And then kind of... Where's my paper towel? Wipe this off and then kind of just... That is not doing what I wanted it to do. Like, some of it did. Oh. That's it. That's closer. So I just need to put fucking blobs of color on. Kind of. I don't want to mix them together too much. Back to class, yes. By the way, you still have to accept Peak on Steam. I know, I got a reminder earlier. That was like perfect. Some more red in there. This is not giving what I was hoping. It's also still too bright. It's literally just swirls and blobs of color as they blend together. So I think this is too... I'm doing this, and it's not necessary. I think... I like the idea of, like, the blobs. The brighter blobs. And then I take... Oh my god, she's got the fucking zoomies. It's so funny. I take this and kind of draw some lines through it. This is not doing what I wanted. It looks like a little kid painting on here. I also think I need the lime greens. It needs to look more like smoke. Like... This is not giving what I wanted it to. Redo. It's a good thing about paint. This is the part that I didn't get to really do for the rest of the costume, because this, just not muddy. The cats have the zoomies. To Kira. Kira's stream, good morning, good morning. Why am I up right now? Don't ask. I don't know. Great question. Maybe because TennoCon's around the corner and I'm not done yet? Hold on, I'm just doing some research real quick. Basically what I'm looking for is like an oil slick. But it's basically a paint pour. But like, that sounds like an awful lot of paint to... Hello again. Because, like, I want this result, but a paint pour would... It's so much paint. Basically funneling it out. I don't want to waste paints if it doesn't end up working out. When is TennoCon, and what percentage would you say you're done with your cosplay? Like 90%? Most of everything is done. Maybe 80%. I don't know. Next week. TennoCon's on the... I have to be done and judged by the 18th. I would prefer to be done by, like, the 14th, but we'll see. Get a cup. I don't have liquid medium that's gonna make it runnier. I wonder if I could just add water. Not that I want to disappear during this song, but just give me a second. I've got an idea. I think I'm gonna need a ton of paints. Let me see. Water or something shit. Yeah, what? Yeah, you know, water. If I use a mixture of water and ice, it'll help. recommendation time. Okay. Smells so bad. All right. I don't have a bright blue in here, but it's fine. It's supposed to have like a horribly thick consistency on here, but I think I added way too much rubbing alcohol.
So it's into the cold, silly boys from mother's hands we go. We'll be sailing to the sun till the voyage is done. Then we'll be sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. Our sailing ships for the hard and the quick, we roll our load and go. There's a living to be made, or there's hell to pay when you're sleeping in the cold below.
It's pretty in there.
Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below.
I think I used too much. An orangey color.
On high with the devil in his eye and a
Get
golden
off of here, you
hand
friggin'
untold. It can hurt you,
Plump.
it can hold you, he can kick you or console you when you're sleeping in the cold below. Sisters,
I need this,
we're going where the winds
but more of everywhere.
yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below.
That orange is just taking over. This is not. That looks like shit. Problem is I'm trying to do it without doing the full technique, and that's why it's not giving the rainbow that I want. You got this, Kira. You can finish it in time. Would you like to see the net update? You've been seeing a lot of people speculating the next update be related to Tau. I'd like to see it related to Tau.
Today we sail on the solar rail, for there's much we just don't know. So farewell with a kiss, then it's fast for the mist, till we're all sleeping in the cold below.
Yeah, the rubbing alcohol did not... It made it thick. It's like a fucking glob. It's not what I wanted. I think I got the closest. Like, dragging the colors. I think... I'm gonna put the purple back over the surface. Which was this and the obsidian. I heard it. Hold on. Wow! I hear you too. I'm gonna take this into my lap for a second just because it'll be way easier to paint that. Wow, wow. I hear you, Munchkin. What's up? Wow, 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 wow. Sweetheart, I know. You're both so cryy right now. Navara. Not you too. There's no boys in this apartment. I don't know why you're crying at me. I think what I want to do is to just take it slow and draw out each section. And just feather out the edges. And we have like part of the orange. And then we have a little yellow. What if just take the smell of this stuff. I want it to be an oil slick, and I don't know if I can do it exactly like the game. That's what it looks like. It just keeps blending. A rainbow. Doing. Unless I literally mimic that exactly. Because then it almost looks like go back over, blur out. I hate it. I hate it so much. It's not doing what I want. You should see the faces of some randoms when they try to do spy vault for you and they come in and bypass the vault because you know the shortcut. I don't hate some of this, but it doesn't freaking look like it, and I don't know how to do it. I think it's too bright, but the brightness is part of it. I'm trying to mimic this, but my base color is purple. You know what? Where's my projector? Can I just pause it and make that? Because that's basically what I'm looking for. I don't know if I can make it just hold the image. It's not what I want, but I think I can get it there. I think it's too bright. I think it's too harsh. It needs to almost look like I blew smoke on it. That didn't do it. That fucked up that section. This. Just more scattered. More dabby? Do I just dab it? Do I need a different brush? Maybe I need a smaller dabby brush. It's very flowy, and I don't know how to organically make it do that. I also think it's mixing with the purple. I don't think the purple is quite dry enough underneath, and I think it's kind of mixing with it. And I'm starting to get frustrated, which I know is usually a good sign to stop. In the clearer picture, it kind of looks more like blobs rather than... What if more solid colors? What if I start with very blobular red? Okay, organic. Blobby. Okay, red. And then I take orange and kind of swirl it near the edges. And I take, there's like a blobby yellow. Dude, it almost looks sponged on. I think I'm just making the colors too bright. I know that they are bright, but I think the only way I'm going to like this is if they're kind of muted. That's not bad. This is stressing me out, though. Because I can't make it look like that without literally mimicking it, and that would take so much fucking work. And then it looks like... I could just clean up... It's also super freaking blurry. Who's Spooter Live by Kira? Wah, Spooter. I like whatever's going on here. This is closest. I don't know what I'm doing. Must go protect 380 90 day stream streak. Painting, I thought that was obvious. Thanks, James. I know I'm painting, but I don't know how I'm fucking this up is the problem. I think I'm just gonna make pretty colors, to be honest. I think I'm just gonna take random blotches of pretty colors and just kind of swirl them around on the surface and hope for the fucking best. Still think I need to paint the background purple. I do like that look. I know the camera went off. Hold on. Imagine not having like 2 streams open at a time. What? I like the more muted colors. I think this looks kind of closer to what I was originally imagining. None of it's doing what I was originally, what I'm actually hoping for. Ow, that hurt. Like, I wanted... I don't know. I don't even know anymore. Alright, let me tilt this up and step back, because I think I'm staring at it too close, and I know sometimes I get tunnel vision. Okay, it's not that bad. There's definitely still something wrong with it. I think the paints need to be more fluid. And honestly, probably brighter. It is kind of giving oil slick, but it's not exactly what I want. I think I need to do a broader rainbow. So what I'm gonna do, so I'm gonna leave that like that. I'm gonna take this side with the cute little accidental butterflies. I'm gonna paint it the dark purple, because that's my fashion color, and this is how it looks. I like the idea of the paint pouring method. I don't know if it'll work. I will give it one more try, but without the rubbing alcohol this time. I think that gunked it up. Literally. I think each of the paints kind of needs to be runnier. Like, that looks cool, but it's not what I was going for. I'm wondering if I can kind of just drag. It's really pretty. It's not exactly what it's supposed to be. I gotta get this off my hand. Get off the brush. I thought I just broke it. Kind of like this, but it basically needed to be this, but bigger. Bigger sections. So like the teal. problem. It's not working that way. I have to, like, add more teal paint. Ugh, why can't I get it to do what I want it to do? Yes, the cosplay is for Citrine for TanoCon next week. And I'm not done. Why am I still up? Because I'm not done. I'm spending way too much time. And I kind of like that better. So I think I'm just going to go with that method. Because this method looks like poop. But yes, I've been up all night. I don't feel like sleeping. I feel like being ridiculously stressed out. Looks good. Don't know why people pick the cosplays they do. My only other option that I haven't tried, that I'm willing to try, it's kind of just let's put a tiny red here, a little over here, a little over here. And then we can take gold. Yellow. And ooh, that's too much. I mean, I could, but it's still, I don't know. I don't know if airbrushing would even help. I don't know what it is that I'm trying to accomplish at this point, because it's kind of this, but with blendy edges, but it's also not really that. still think this might actually be better, but I don't fucking know. I don't know anymore. I think it's all too bright. Even though it appears bright in the images, I think it's all too bright. So I think what I'm gonna do is just smear a bunch of globs around and then go back over it and dry brush the purple. That dark purple. So I think I'm just gonna give myself a bunch of rainbowy spots that are kind of blended together as if the whole thing were one big rainbowy crystal. Then I think I'm going to take that dark purple. Catch you later, friggin' person. Are you shooting for an iridescent look or light hitting the gem? I don't know. I'm torn because the iPad makes it look like this. Like a water marbling oil slick. And then when I'm on the Xbox, it kind of looks more like that. So I think what I'm doing on this rainbowy side with the squiggles is closer to that. And then I can kind of just turn them into more like a puff by blurring the edges with the purple. Like go back through I go back on top of this with the purple. I have an idea for the highlights. You might not like it. What do you mean? I don't care if I have to start over. It's fucking paint. That's not the problem. Nail polish. See, I thought about something like that. Something with like a thinner consistency. Because I have a bunch of like resin pigments and stuff as well, but I don't Is this stuff I sent to you? I can always make more. That's not the variety of colors that I need. I appreciate the fact that you're like, I can always send you more, and I really do appreciate that, because like, that's why I'm kind of afraid to actually wear the polish right now. I don't wanna ruin it. But I think if I do that, and then I wait for it to dry, and then I kind of turn them into puffs by taking the dark purple and like going around the different zones and maybe lightly brushing over it. Because I think the rainbow is cool. I do. I like the rainbow. I also like this side, which is kind of the end result. You thin it out. Uses a finishing coat. I have other stuff that I can put on top of here that would make it iridescent after the fact. I have this, which can give things an iridescence. Not worried about that aspect. I can't seem to get this to feel like I'm getting the rainbow part right. But it doesn't have to be perfect, and I'm out of fucking time, so... yeah. The worst part is like, this came out exactly how I wanted it to, and I think that's why this is frustrating the ever-living fuck out of me. I think both sides look good. I think I'm just over-analyzing it. I'm at that point where I'm being hyper-fucking critical of everything I'm doing, so I think that's part of the problem. And I think the solution is maybe just walking away for right now, and I don't really want to do that. I do have other things I could work on. The thing is, like, I don't want to stop. I know it's 10-something in the morning, and I probably should have slept. And I have therapy at 1 p.m., but I don't want to stop working. I feel like... I've come too far tonight to really want to stop yet. I'll let this dry, and then I'll see how I feel about it. I don't think this is ugly on this side. It's not doing what I wanted it to do, which is either be puffs of clouds, or that, like, oil slick look. I think it needs to be somewhere in between what I'm doing with these. And I don't mind the, like, lighter colors, like this. And I think that's why if I dry brush over it with the darker purple, I think I'll get what it is that I'm trying to achieve. The problem is I basically want a water marble, but I don't have a water marbling setup that would be big enough to do something like that and then fucking dunk this. Yeah, like the surface of a soap bubble. Yeah. Which is obviously one of the hardest things to fucking do. Problem is like, I can't pull up the Xbox version of this, which is a lot more colors, a lot blurrier, probably fucking closer to this. But I can only see this screen grab for right now. Because... what is it called? Prismatic Gem or something like that? That's what her third ability is. Yes? Prismatic Gem. See? It's just a bunch of blurry colors. It's a random rainbowy effect. My crystal just has a purple base to it. I think I'm thinking this too hard. I think I'm panicking because I feel like this is the only thing that might make or break me even placing in the competition. And I think I'm over-analyzing something that doesn't need to be analyzed this hard, because look at that. It's just a slicky blur. I obviously have the shape and everything down. It's just... I think I'm adding too many colors. I think that's part of the dilemma here, is that I'm putting too much on the surface. So what I need to do is this. And this. To get me the color I like. It's my big fat brush. I'm gonna lose this brush twice tonight. That looks like a yes. Well, here's one of them, so good enough. I love this color. I think this color is literally the perfect gem color. I think this matches exactly, and I think the fact that I can't get everything else to match exactly is starting to stress me out. But I don't have the time to sit here and pull up an exact screen grab and mimic the pattern exactly. I want to, but I don't have the time. So what I'm gonna do is just paint the fucking crystal purple. Go from there. So that dries up a bit. I think I can dry brush the purple over top, and it would give I'll show you what effect it'll cause if I take like less paint on my brush and I just do this. And you'll see the rainbow just a little bit through it. I think that's all I actually want out of it. I like the bright colors, but I feel like it's too much. It's too bright. It's too much, but it's supposed to be that bright, so I don't fucking know. I see you, Zap. I will do that. I will look. I'm just annoyed. I'm not at the point of like breakdowns or anything. I'm just fucking annoyed. Alright, you my Discord here. Okay, so it's definitely more crystalline. Can you do me a small favor and set it up with the crystal being purple? I have like a fairly dark purple as the energy color. Do you not play citrine? Why do you not have a pretty purple fashion? I would have expected like a purple.
I set it to default on accident right before I went in here.
Oh no! I'm so sorry.
Yeah. So the energy color changes the crystal?
I think so.
And since we both use the same purples, let's see if this does it. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's similar.
So I can move any way you need me to. That way, if you need to, I can go into photo mode. I can go underneath it. I can
Yeah,
get really
if you could
close
go
to it
into
so you can
photo
see.
mode, that would be great.
I don't. Can you do it here in the?
I don't know.
I don't think you can. You can't do it here, but I can still like, squat down and do this.
Yeah.
Get really close to it. You can see how it looks like a water bubble or a soap bubble is exactly what it looks
Right,
like.
so I'm trying to like mimicking that as a bitch.
Yes, it is. There's hundreds of tutorials that are hours long on
I
YouTube to figure that out.
It's basically it's basically like paint pouring, but I don't have the stuff to paint pour.
Yeah, not like that. You try to do a paint pour, it's going to look like those videos where they pour all the different paint over a cake.
Yeah, I know. I could technically pause a screen grab of my own and then just... Oh, man.
Not the side you have facing the camera now, but the other side actually looks really close. Because if I change this to black, you'll be able to see the colors better than the purple. Because the base color of that side right there looks more like it because the whole surface isn't coated with those colors. It's just the colors rippling across the surface.
And the reason why I did this whole surface is because I'm going to go back with the dark purple as soon as this is dry and do like this over it. So some areas are going to be fully purple and then some of it's going to kind of be like a dry brushy looking over it to just blur.
See, now it's black. And you can see the colors better.
Yeah. As if that's dry enough to test my theory. I don't need very much paint to do it, so just come here, paint.
And the dry brush effect where you're using just the tips of the dry brush to drag the paint across looks really good.
I think that's what I'm gonna try to do on this, where I'll just drag the purple and then some of it'll be more full and then some of it'll be less full.
See, that's another thing you need to keep in mind too. No one's going to be as close to it as you are right now.
No, the judges will be.
They will be, but they're not going to be that close to it.
Oh, yes they are. They go right up and touch it. I know from last year. They go right the fuck up and touch it. They're like, hi, can we see how this works? Disfusional last year, like, literally held up my wisp skirts and flipped them.
It's actually kind of funny.
Yeah. I think this... Stay still, you non-flat surfaced thing. Please, I beg of you. Just... Oh good, there's a flat spot. Because I think if I just take this darker purple color and kind of blur the oil slick. Because then it'll be, like, it'll almost look like it's shining through. I just gotta make sure it's dry enough for me to, like, brush. Because some of it's gonna be a solid purple to match the crystal. And then some of it I'm just gonna blur the rainbow colors with. I need more, but I didn't mix more. And of course I had to be special and mix two colors together. instead of just using one that I have. Out this orange. But yeah, I've been up all night because TennoCon's next week. And I'm not done. I shouldn't even be doing this, but don't care. I feel like this is important to have, and it's necessary. Oh, that's giving what I wanted. Oh, it's so freaking shiny from outdoors.
Yeah, you have a lot of light reflecting off
Yeah.
whatever light source you have around you into the camera.
I know, but I can't turn
You
anything
also-
else off.
Yeah, one thing you need to do is you need to let it dry, like do just as small that you've done so far, let it dry, and that way you can verify what it'll look like once the paint dries.
Yeah. But like this is definitely you guys can only see it with the reflection. That's closer to what I was hoping for.
There you go. Okay, yeah, I can see. We can see it now.
So like this is kind of I'm gonna clean it up a little bit, but this is closer to that like almost oil slick-esque.
That looks good.
So
basically, the large rainbow area, you're going to isolate parts of it by putting purple over it.
yes.
So the rainbow stuff is your base. Then you're going to use the purple to hide and thin out and blend in.
Yes.
Okay. Man, I thought you were going to go for the poured paint look.
I tried at one point, but it didn't quite
I
work
was
the
watching.
way that
I've been
I
watching
wanted
for a
it
little
to.
while.
But I think making like big sections of purple throughout the rainbow kind of gives me more of what I was hoping for, because it kind of gives it the illusion that it's like shining around it. This has to be like straight purple. Actually, the black coming through isn't necessarily a bad thing either. Because there looks like there's so much texture to it being a crystal. But I don't...
Well, if you look at the one that's in game, it has texture all over it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm looking at it now, there is bumps and pits and stuff all over the surface of the crystal.
Well, that's why I went with the decoupage method with the construction paper.
Mm-hmm.
Because I felt like it gave that cut crystal look.
Yeah.
And it helped smooth out the tape.
Yeah,
I'm
the
gonna
crystal
turn
in
it
game
towards-
is not, it is not smooth.
Yeah.
When you get
It-
right up on it and look at it, it has bumps and it looks like the surface of the moon.
Yeah.
With a lot of pits and dimples in it.
And that's kind of why I didn't mind going with the decoupage method that I was doing. It's going on the back of my hand. I don't care. This purple and push towards the edges of this and blur it out. I heard somebody follow. Who did the watch now? What? I tilted the crystal too far to look. Emmanuel7V, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, so I tilted to you guys. You can tell me I'm stupid or not. This looks more like it.
Yes, it does.
Obviously it's not moving, but if I just grabbed it like a screen grab, it kind of gives this flow.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're trying to keep it moving. You're looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of something. That's something I don't think even I could pull off.
Not necessarily. I just need a bunch of the same projector I already have that I'm going to be projecting the rainbow of onto my body because it does the perfect job. Did you see the projector? Very happy with this.
No, I haven't seen it, no.
Ugh, I'm so happy with this thought. So, the whole reason why, one, because I wanted to have her actual third ability, because I thought that was going to be kind of cool. But my dumbass was just like, hey, what if I can do Citrine's stance, where she, like, leans her arms back, and her whole body lights up rainbow?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, how do I accomplish that? Fucking projector.
So you got one of those little, those LED projectors?
Oh, no, this is a big chunky boy.
Oh. But I say they make some that are, okay. Oh, one of those. Oh, yeah.
Look at the rainbow,
Well,
it's freaking perfect!
Oh, yeah, that is actually pretty good. That's one of the ones you get, like, at the Spirit of Halloween things, right?
Yeah, it's a nice one.
Yeah.
I wish I could just, like, freeze and then just draw this on there, but I can't get it to stop. So, but yeah, so, like, this is gonna shine on my body. You can see on, like, the purple fabric. It does a pretty good job at giving most of the colors.
Oh, it does, yeah.
And I'm going to hide this in the crystal.
Oh, that's why there's a hole in the back. Okay.
Yeah, there's a zipper.
Is it battery? Does it work off battery power, or is it just it uses a wall wart to give it like DC power?
I got one of these.
Yep, battery bank. Yeah, that's perfect.
So it has a zipper for right now, so I'm gonna zip it up, and then I'm just gonna carve like a hole somewhere to push the head of the projector like close to the surface. But this is so that I would be able to access the projector and then just zip it back closed.
And you can even put like a black mesh tool over the hole, so it's not just like the projector head sticking out of the back of it.
Exactly.
That's pretty cool. You done good.
Thank you. I try really freaking hard. One of my favorite things that I've done though is the brain crystal. This makes me so happy. Because in person, it's a little easier to tell, but certain panels are actually painted a slightly darker color so that it gives the illusion of it, like, being able to change colors as it moves.
Yeah, you can see it on the camera. You must have natural light coming in your window, don't you?
One tiny little sliver. I covered most of it.
Okay, yeah.
I was really happy with this. It's almost noon for you. Are you almost done with the cosplay? No. Most of the way done. I am most of the way done. But it is still going to cut it close, which is why I shouldn't have spent so much time on this. But I figured out what I wanted, and that matters more to me. You know, ending up with the same time frame that I was hoping is not necessarily happening right this second. But I don't have a party on Saturday anymore, which is the only reason why I was like, you know what, screw it. I'm going to do this today. I was originally gonna be going to a party like all day Saturday, and now I don't have to. So I'm just gonna tilt this to me. I know you guys won't be able to see it, but the glare is making it really hard to paint. So, but yeah, I no longer have a graduation party on Saturday, so it's allowing me to spend more time on this. So I basically took my free day if everything else goes according to plan and just did the crystal early. Just to... It's nice knowing something is done. Something is 100% complete and I won't have to touch it again is a nice feeling, and so I'm like, screw it, I'm gonna make sure something is 100% done. I have a few little bits and bobs of the costume that are 100% done, but it's nice to have an entire piece done and be like, I don't have to come back to this. Yeah, I like this a lot better. Sometimes you have to work in reverse. Because it would be like, but you paint the rainbow on top of the thing. Nope, not always. Not always. This allows me to still have the bright colors, and then I can just separate everything. That's definitely giving a lot more of what I was looking for. I knew I could get there. It just took a minute. You guys can see what I'm doing. It's definitely, as I'm working down, I'm just going to keep adding more and more purple until it feels like the correct amount of rainbow. So that it's almost like it's hitting these little pockets.
Yeah, that side did look good. I know you're working on that one, but the side closest to you right now. Plus, I'm working with the delay of your string too.
Oh.
But that side right there with your thumb right there looks good.
This side that I have my hand over?
Yeah,
that's what I'm working on. Good.
Yeah. I think the idea of trimming away the rainbow with the purple would work really well. Instead of trying to make one continuous purple, or not purple, but one continuous rainbow.
Yeah.
What you're doing now by laying down the foundation of the color shifting and then trimming it with the purple is a really good idea.
Thank you.
It seems to work really well.
Yeah, I was... That's why I was just like, you know what? Screw it. Let me put all the rainbow down and then pull it off, basically, by covering it. Because then it'll kind of give, like, it's hitting different little pockets. I can kind of speckle through it as well, as if it's not.
So who are you playing next year so we can start, like, as soon as you get back from Canada?
Yeah, that's the plan. I want to.
I heard you say that. Who are you gonna do?
Gyre Deluxe.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I always pick the hard ones. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Yeah.
I want to do Gyre Deluxe, and I want to try to do actual mechanics and make her skirt raise up.
Damn. Talk about jump high or don't jump at all.
Well, for me, I like learning new skills. And a lot of this is about, for me, about learning a new skill. So, you know, it's not necessarily about the competition. It is, but it isn't. But I want to I want to learn something. I want to experience something different. What's the point if I'm doing the same type of costume all over again?
Mm-hmm.
So.
Have they released her deluxe skin already?
For Citrine?
Gyre.
For Gyre? Yeah. That was a while ago. It's really pretty, too. She's got, like, all the cables. It's got, like, a bunch of cables everywhere. The goal, ultimately, would be to get that and Calervo Deluxe done in the same year if I actually start at a proper time frame.
Oh, the cables would be easy to do. That looks exactly like conduit that you buy for cable protection.
Yeah.
Copper fittings. Yeah.
But, like, she has the ability, obviously, to, like, make her skirt go up. And I could have those be hollow and either have some sort of, like, mechanical thing inside, or have it so that they're attached to, like, my arms or something, and if I lift my arms up, the skirt goes up. I haven't 100% decided. I want to look at a lot of the people that do the different animatronic cosplays. There's a lot that are at, like, Five Nights at Freddy's. A lot of people do, like, the Five Nights at Freddy's and add all kinds of animatronics inside, and I really want to do something along that line. Yeah, see, these look more like the clouds, like puffs. It's definitely closer to what I was hoping for. I think I might even shrink how many are rainbow. Did you even sleep? No, I haven't slept yet. I'll probably crash hard tomorrow. Or later today even. But I have therapy in 2 hours, so I will be stopping stream before then. That doesn't mean I'm not going to continue to work, though.
If
Might
you
take
take
a
a close look at the way it looks on the crystal, it looks just right where your left hand is. It looks like that. When you get a really good close look at the
Thank you.
animation of the colors.
Yeah, there's like a lot of lines
Yeah, lots of lines in it. It isn't just
in the rainbows.
blobs.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you look at the way I have it set right there with the camera, it's literally just... It's like a cross between water flowing through an oil slick and the surface of a bubble.
Yeah. Which is obviously insanely hard to replicate, but
Yes.
I'm still going to try. I think if I take a small paintbrush, this one's all gunky. Come on, don't be so gunky. I think just adding some of the smaller lines throughout here give me what I want as well.
You also need to make sure you don't start making yourself hangry.
I just ate not long ago. I had a cheeseburger and 2 pieces of chicken.
I didn't know if you had breakfast or not. I didn't get on the stream till after that.
Yeah, I had cheeseburger and 2 pieces of chicken for breakfast. Breakfast of champions.
On your screen, you have what looks like the purple and orange fire. Where's that from? Is that just a sample picture that you found?
Yes. Yeah, this reference image, it's just like an inspiration for the color scheme.
Yeah, yeah. Now you're right. If you could reproduce that on water and hydro dip, you'd be done.
Yeah, I could have done this in like a fraction of a second.
I don't even know how to reproduce that to put on the surface of water to dip it.
Oh, a lot of people drip nail polish or like drag nail polish through the surface of water. I could probably do it in my tub. But
You would never get the nail polish out of your tub.
Oh yeah, I
You
would.
probably coat the tub down with baby oil or mineral oil before you start, and then the paint will stick to the baby oil. When I was in basic training for the Army, one of the things is I used to live on a military base, an Army base, before I joined the Army. So all of the infantry guys gave me all the tips I needed to make it through basic training. And they said you wipe the shower walls, like the grouting down, and the drains with baby oil. And that way when you have to clean them, it's really easy. Nothing sticks to it. That way the drill sergeant can't yell at you. And to this day, I still wash it in like the drains. I will put a little bit of baby oil or mineral oil on it, and it keeps the water. Because right here where I live in Tucson, our water is so hard. It is bad.
Yeah.
How bad, the calcium and lime.
That's how I used to be when I lived at my mom's.
I remember you saying that. Yeah, she had iron in her water, though, right?
All I know is that sometimes it would look so gross in the water that it would look like you didn't flush the toilet.
Yeah, that's iron.
Used to
I know
drive
the New England area has a lot of
everybody.
iron in the water.
Used to drive everybody in town absolutely insane. So much so that it was just like, do we have brown water this time? Which areas of the area should we not go into?
Yeah, for me, it's white powder everywhere where the water dries really bad.
Yeah, we tried having like a filter on stuff because people were like, oh, we'll just put a filter on your water. Yeah, it had to be changed like every 3 weeks, and those things are supposed to last months. And you're like, never mind, that's too expensive. So I just wouldn't drink tap water. So I'm used to not drinking tap water, and now I found out that like Rhode Island puts extra fluoride in their stuff, and I can't have that for my animals anyway. So I just buy spring water. I basically go through like 15 gallons every 2 weeks.
It's not too bad.
Yeah, it's not terrible. Sometimes it's a little bit faster, depending on if I have to redo like the fish tank or anything like that.
I drink a lot of water. I'd rather drink water than soda. And I can go through 1.5 gallons, 2 gallons of water just drinking it by myself.
Yeah.
And I got to be careful because I'll deplete all of the sodium.
Yeah, I was having that problem recently.
Yeah.
Didn't know that was my problem, but I was having it.
I can't just go ahead and gulp down a handful of salt to replace it either. It's just as bad.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, my phone won't shut up.
Oh, you're fine. It just sounds like a squeaky duck.
Oh, Amazon dropped off something at my front door. Well, let me go get that before someone else decides to borrow it forever. I'll be right back.
Good idea. This is much closer to what I was hoping for. I just couldn't achieve with how I was doing it. Been awake for a while, Kira. Better hydrate. Hope cosplay is going well. It is, and honestly, I should hydrate, as I've had some soda today. How long is that? An hour and a half? Alexa, set a timer for an hour and a half. But vampires came out at night, but a salt sprinkled in the water can help with that. This is definitely a lot closer what I was hoping for. Is it perfect? No. Do I like it? Yes. Is that all that fucking
actually looks
matters?
really good.
Yes.
That actually
Thank
looks
you.
really, really good.
This
Here,
this this side.
let me cast it again. Let me cast it again so you can see and compare it to a live one. Yeah, that is really, really close. Not the shiny side facing the camera, the one you've been painting and working on.
Yeah.
That is really close. Close
I-
enough.
I think that's about
Yeah.
as close as I can really.
Yeah. The only thing you could do now would be to try to paint the actual flow lines of the color, and that's going too far.
I've already done some.
No, I'm talking about like getting a pinstriping brush and trying to paint the actual fluid flow lines in it.
Yeah,
Now
I already
that'd
did up here.
be-
But
yeah, I see that. Yeah, it's hard
yeah,
to see from the
I
camera
have.
angle,
I
but
know, because
you
the
need it to face
stupid,
you need to face you so you can
the
see.
stupid glare. You can kind of see that I did some
Yeah,
of the lines, the flow
and you
lines.
could do that by using just the dry bristles of the brush too, can you not?
I actually just went and grabbed like a tiny paintbrush and kind of just dragged it. But I think that's about as close as I'm gonna get. I think there's
Yeah.
probably still too much rainbow, but I don't care. It's still gonna be really, really rainbow. But I like the drag. These different like puffs. This is definitely closer to what I was envisioning, but I just couldn't get it to do this in the non-reverse. Like, I feel like this is considered like the reverse way because I'm painting the shadows on top of the rainbow to get it to do what I want, but I can sit it like this so you guys can still see it, and I'm hitting the not shadowed right stupid spot. I think there's technically a lot less rainbow. Should try to push for more crystal in some of the areas. It's actually an awful lot of crystal. This allows me to get those blurred edges. People that don't paint and then they start painting for the first time don't realize that your paintbrush holds a shit ton of paint. And there's a method called dry brushing, which is basically taking like a paper towel or something separate from your painting surface and brushing out almost all of the paint from the brush, and then you realize when you do something like that, like how much paint actually stays in the paintbrush. Like, you might think it's done because you go to like brush on something and it doesn't look like anything. Like, if you go like this, you're like, that's not a lot of paint. But this is a technique called dry brushing where you basically unload, is the term, the brush from as much paint as you can, and then you brush across the surface. And then you get a lot of detail. It gets picked up when there's like next to nothing on your brush, and you think there's next to nothing, and then you really push in, and you're like, oh man, there's still more paint loaded into the brush. How is there so much? And I always find that very fascinating, all the things that you can do with just one paintbrush. Some people think at least, that you need like all kinds of fancy tools, fancy paintbrushes. This one's a Craftsmart, but like a whole bunch of my other ones are also that as well, which is just the it's like the generic Michaels brand. It's the Michaels brand of paintbrush. And like, that's all you need is just crappy art materials. You can make pretty art. This is why, especially because I don't make, what's the word? fancy is a rudimentary term. Professional art? I don't feel the need to get, like, super fancy paintbrushes. Because most of the time, I destroy mine. The amount of times I've destroyed paintbrushes is a lot. But the good thing is a lot of the times I take those destroyed paintbrushes and they get used for other things. Like contact cement. Because obviously you wouldn't want to take a brand new paintbrush and use that for contact cement, because contact cement makes everything gunky.
You know, you can use mineral spirits to get contact cement, even after it's dried, out of paintbrushes.
Interesting.
I may or may not have used a new brush on accident, like a really good high-end artist brush. I grabbed the wrong one and stuck it in the contact cement.
Yeah, I don't think there's ever saving this poor brush.
I don't think you're saving that brush. That's not a stick. That's not a brush anymore.
Yeah, I don't think I'm saving this one. This side is for contact cement, this side is for hot glue, and I have a couple of those because I am notorious. Actually, I should do that right now with all of the paintbrushes I am not currently using. I will either forget to put paintbrushes in the water cup, or I will forget that I have a water cup and go long periods of time without changing the water out. So then they all dry to the inside of the cup. That happens a lot. Like, a lot, that I will forget to just dry and clean and do all the things I'm supposed to do with my paintbrushes. So I have destroyed many paintbrushes. I know there's ways to, like, fix them after you've screwed them into the ground. But I don't bother, because most of those paintbrushes I can get halfway decent, and then I give them to the kids to paint with. So they don't screw up my somewhat newer, less damaged ones. So. Plus, sometimes a paintbrush that has, like, a really stiff set of bristles, or is like damaged in a specific way, sometimes that's the texture I need, so I don't throw away all of the gross brushes. Sometimes I use those ones to get in the tiny crevices of other things. I have also destroyed probably 6, 7 paintbrushes just in this cosplay alone, because I needed to get the paint down into tiny crevices, and I didn't want to use a tiny brush because that would waste time. So I used the other brush that can pack more paint and stuff it in between the crystal zones. Pardon me. But that caused me to break several paintbrushes. So now they're only good for doing exactly that. Where I load it up with a bunch of paint and just jab it. Jab it really hard into the stuff. Actually, I think I'm going to erase this red entirely. So I think there are more purple zones. I think that gives more of the slick look. Actually, blur out. Now that I have a plan, I feel a lot better about what I'm doing. And I'm not just playing with paint, because that's kind of what it felt like for maybe an hour. It isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it is when you have a deadline.
think the multi-colored purple looks nice too. Okay. Which I think that means I should kind of drag. So this and through there. It's such a shiny surface, I don't think it's gonna matter anyway, but I want to give it just a little bit something. Over the edge. Come on. Doing what I'm asking. Hello, Sunday Duke. Does seem Bruce is working on the first iteration of your Star Wars cosplay. Yeah, I have not had as many accidents. We're gonna knock on fake wood here. As I had expected. Actually, I would have expected more hot glue burns and more of a few other things, but thankfully no. I've only had a couple of what is the equivalent of like a paper cut with some of my knives. One of those things wasn't even while I was working on the costume. I was just trying to cut open a melon. The freaking knife slipped. That looks about as good as I can really get some of that. Yeah. Why am I still awake? TennoCon is next week. And I'm not done. Because I somehow managed to underestimate how much work this was going to be yet again.
That actually looks really good.
Thank you. Oop. I just painted my bracelet instead of my arm. Actually, I think I need more off. Paintbrush, I loaded it up too much. Yeah, but I like going grocery shopping and everything. You think that means anything to me? I will stop stream no later than 12:30 because I have therapy at 1 o'clock. So I should probably prep for that. You know, go to the bathroom, all that fun jazz. Sorry, it's too shiny. I gotta rotate it. Oh, look, I can actually see again. Yay. Sorry that you guys can't.
Yeah, I think the technique you're using there is working really, really well.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that looks a lot closer to what I was hoping for. I still think maybe there's too much rainbow, but
No, if you look at this one, it's the only. I mean, you can't make it animated. The animated is what makes it. I guess you're going to have to try to find a happy middle ground between where the rainbow is at its brightest and where it's at its dimmest in the animation.
yeah.
Because it ripples across the surface, but still.
Yeah. So I'll just try to maybe dim more of them. Actually, aren't sorry we can't see. This is Zap? Yes, this is Zap. And I am sorry that you can't see. It's not... I'm not doing that on purpose, for the most part. I'm just... trying to also see. And, as much as I love all of you, me being able to paint this correctly is kind of slightly more important. Like, that's about as good as it's gonna get. You guys can see. For a surface that isn't moving, I think that's as close to the rainbow coming across the surface as I'm really gonna be capable of accomplishing. I might go through and drag a couple more thin lines after the fact. The good thing is I don't have to eliminate this side. Sometimes there's more rainbow, sometimes there's less rainbow, and I think I can do this technique on this side and keep from having to repaint the whole thing. So attempt same kind of technique. Be a paler rainbow spot. Then that kind of just looks like one of the more faded rainbow ones. And I'll just paint up here. Maybe have to add a new rainbow after. That looks pretty good. Thank you! That's what I'm hoping for. Just good. Honestly, at this point. I also don't want to take too much of the rainbow away, and then it's just not as pretty. This is one of the parts I like about painting, is kind of letting whatever it is that I'm painting, like, take shape on its own. And I'm kind of almost just guiding it, sort of. Sometimes I'm letting the canvas speak to me. I know that probably sounds very hippy-dippy, but that's how it works. Almost like that better. I definitely think I want to play up the seams of some of the decoupaged stuff. I think that kind of helps get a more organic set of lines here. Blur them a little bit so it's not exactly that. Since they have a lot of bumps, cracks, and crevices, kind of not a bad idea to play into what's already here. Don't mind me, I'm just kind of talking out loud at this point.
And I had my mic muted, so. Oops.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I kind of just play into some of this lining. It's kind of already following some of it without even meaning to. I think it's pretty good. Dim some of it. To put more purple near the top. Really purple. Sorry if people think that's the sound of knocking. I am jamming my paintbrush onto the surface repeatedly. I think that's about as good as that's gonna get for those sides. I think both of those look
They look pretty good.
pretty good. Hello, who's there? Hello. I fluff your pillow. Okay. To save myself heartache, I'm going to just go straight into the rainbow instead of painting the surface purple, because it seems stupid to go that route. So, do a pretty red chunk. Do a pretty red chunk here. Maybe a smaller one here. Maybe a little one down the bottom, since I haven't really done a bottom one on this side yet. We can take copper. Just put it where the red was, I guess. What is that? It's not the seal. There it is. Overwork. I know! I know what I've done, okay? I will take a nap at some point after therapy. So I'll probably be tired. It seems silly to stop now. I have therapy at 1 o'clock, so I'll just wait. And then I'll stop like 20 minutes before. He says, I don't have to do one side at a time. I can kind of just do the rest of them all linked together. Maybe do a yellow patch here. And that's yellow. That's yellow. Another one down here. Golden blue, so it goes up here. I need more copper. Actually, I wasn't supposed to sleep. Kira probably was supposed to sleep. What? Asura, hi! Did you sleep? No. Holy crap, morning and almost afternoon. I know! How much time do you have left to do the cosplay? I want to be done by the 14th so that I don't have to bring any shit with me, but technically, the exact time frame is 3:40 p.m. on the 18th, which is when I have my prejudging. But I don't want to bring anything to Canada. I don't. I've done that 2 years in a row. It's, that level of stress is not fun. Like, I'm stressed right now. Probably delusionally not as stressed as I should be. But the stress you feel when you manage to craft a helmet in 5 hours the day of the convention is not stress I wish upon anyone. So I got those out of the way. Now I can do like tealy color. Keep us safe and you keep us safe and Kira boiled. I mean, you all keep us safe. About 5 days. Don't. It's not 5 days. I have more than that. Today is the 9th. I have slightly more than 5 days. I know what I said, but it's slightly more. is I have the 9th, the 10th, the 11th, the 12th, the 13th, the 14th. I can wiggle room a little bit onto the 15th. So, I have like 7 days today included. Just still not great. It's not 5.
What day are you planning on leaving?
The 16th.
16th. That's plenty of time. You'll be fine.
Uh-huh. I didn't realize
It's
how
what
much
the
is
panic-
left.
Is what the panic part of your brain is completely ignoring.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Listen, I've done more with less time, so I will be fine, but it is crunch time, so. Like, I probably shouldn't have done this crystal project at all, but it was something very important to me to bring with me, so it had to happen.
No, it was an idea that was ooh and shiny, so you did it. Don't lie.
No, I really feel like the only chance I have at even possibly placing in the competition is if I can do really well in the performance category.
Something to stand out.
Yeah. Because I know some of my craftsmanship is good. I know I somewhat look like the character. And I think the only thing that's going to give me a fighting chance against at least any of the other competition. I only know of one other person competing. I know there's more than one, but I've only seen one other. And I have no chance against them unless maybe I can pull off having a better performance.
Would that be the person that played as Urelli last year?
Nope. That would be a guy from, I believe it's Mumbai, dressing as the Nidus Frike. And it's a real good Nidus Frike that he has spent 5 years making. And he co-founded a movie prop making company.
You're right, that is pretty stiff competition.
Yeah. And you haven't even seen it.
Well, I mean, if he's doing cosplay and he's able to start a movie prop business from the talent he used to make a cosplay, you can imagine that it's not going to be something like I would make.
It's pretty fucking good. Let's just put it that way. I'll pull it up on stream in a second.
I'm still blown away by the Titania costume or cosplay that was made. Was that 2 years ago?
I think that was actually closer to 5, and she sold that.
That was amazing.
She's one of the judges.
Yeah, I know.
She's doing, Rusalka. She has a major Rusalka, commissioned by DE this year. And it's just as good as you'd expect it to be from her. She literally shaved part of her eyebrow. I'll pull up the Nidus Freak. Camera, how you do? That would be Zap, Asura. I have no chance. I have no chance against this man, unless the performance category just knocks it out of the park. Because craftsmanship and resemblance of character, they're gonna get 10 out of 10 for both of those categories more than likely. Because it's just so good. So if I have any chance, it's in the performance category because all three are weighted the same. Like, even the freaking eyes move on the side of his shoulder. Like, how am I supposed to compete against someone who's spent 5 years making a costume and has already competed in it?
That's insane.
Yeah. It's mind-boggling.
Man, you'd have to get like one of those flight suits that has the battery-operated jets and come up with like an actual damn kit that can make you hover as if you're out in a plane's eidolon or something like that. An Arcwing.
I would have had to 3D model and print and do that kind of thing, which is what he did. He modeled it all in Blender and then used Pepakura to break it apart, which is for anybody that doesn't know, it's a program that allows you to take 3D models and turn them into unfoldable 3D blueprints. Now I have access to these same types of things. I could have spent time 3D modeling. I could have Pepakura it instead, but I didn't. I decided that I wanted to do the engineering route and do all of that stuff myself instead of using digital tools. And I don't know if that helped me or hurt me.
Probably neither.
It's just a different skill set, and I just don't know if because I went the self-designing route, if that makes a difference, because it's not like he didn't do also self-designing stuff. He also went and designed everything in Blender and did that whole thing, and then he's also, you know, like I said, he used Pepakura to unfold all of the designs. So that is the engineering being done by a computer. So I don't know if that's going to matter and make a difference, if that is considered less valuable skill, or if that is considered the same, as long as, because that is a form of craftsmanship. I don't know if that is considered a less valuable form of craftsmanship, or if that is treated exactly the same as someone who decides to basically eyeball it. Joe thinks it's unfair because he's considered a professional and has a prop making company, but they don't count that as being against the rule. Where is the red? Those are all the pinks. I didn't use that red. Did I knock it to the
Figured they
floor?
would separate it in amateur and professional.
They
or
have
like semi-pro or something like that.
But that's the thing. DE doesn't have a big enough. I mean, they do kind of now, but they don't really have a big enough amount of cosplayers that are going after a competition to really separate it between amateur and professional. They just have competitive and non-competitive. So if you're going into the competitive category, there is a good chance that you're going to be going up against people like this. Some cosplay competitions have several different categories. They have everything from amateur to intermediate to expert, which is considered like masterclass. And masterclass, you have to have like won an award before in one of the other categories or prove like crazy skills. Like, those people are the ones where you look at it and you're like, I can't see a goddamn flaw. The Urelli would likely be considered either masterclass or close to it. And so for people like me who are intermediate, I wouldn't consider myself an amateur, but I wouldn't consider myself an expert either, kind of are screwed in less advanced categories when there's not as much differentiation between the skill sets. And I do think DE, the people who they have as judges, are probably taking some of that into consideration. when judging, but it's still tough. It's still tough when you're going up against people who look like they walked off a movie set. And I don't have the budget to do that because I still have to work. I still have to do all of my other stuff, and I don't just have these things at my disposal to use. I have a lot of stuff. I have more than like a basic amount, but still.
It's wild because I'm kind of in the same boat. I have the skill sets to make a lot of the stuff. I just don't have a more rounded ability to put all those skill sets together. If you were to ask me to make a part of something, I could probably, with what I own and what I can do, I could probably do it. But a whole one, no, I don't have the creativity for something like that. I'm one of those people that doodles square, circle, triangles, swirly, swirly, swirlies. Yeah. If you were to show me something and say, make this, I can do it.
Yeah.
I mean, you should know that from knowing me. When you ask, like, you want me to make you business cards, I'm like, okay, what do you want on it? If you tell me to make you a business card, it's going to say Kirarahime, and then you're going to get a bunch of cards with just a name on the front.
I have this.
Input.
Take this. Please,
Yep.
please follow me.
I remember
has
when
the
I
card.
did. I remember when I did the lighters for Joe that I wouldn't have known what to put on them. You should see the one that I kept for me. It has like one filigree in the corner, and that's it. It's like, I don't know what to think. I still want you to see those damn poker chips in your hand. You know what's
Soon.
really sad? Not really sad, but funny. I forgot to box one of them up. It had fallen on the floor. And when I went to go do something with my, reroute some of the wires from my laser, I found it. So I stuck it in one of the coin cases. So I have one of your orange coins still. Or poker chips still.
Dang, I'm not getting my full money's worth. Send me the damn chip.
Well, another thing, too, is it would have been an odd number, and that would have really irritated me. So
That's funny.
I don't like odd numbers. Another thing, too, is those chips do have a steel core, so they're magnetic. They'll stick to a magnet.
Oh, that's cool.
Yes, I'm the one that made the nail polish that she showed off. She's got some other stuff that Joe is, like, holding hostage.
Yeah.
She gets to see that later.
Yep. I won't see that until Tuesday.
I was refining the way that I laser etch the nail polish bottles, and I was able to get the etch inside the glass of the bottles, except for the name. The name of the color that's in it.
Yeah.
So you can't even, when you touch the surface, you can't even feel that it's etched.
Oh, that's so
the design
neat.
and stuff. It's in the glass, so.
That's crazy. How did you manage that?
You can slightly make the focal point below the surface of the glass, and the UV laser etches inside the glass instead of on the surface or below the surface.
That's bizarre.
You ever see those little keychains or those square or hexagonal crystal prisms that have a design inside of it? Looks like bubbles float. Yeah, same type of scenario. Same way, same technique.
Neat. Yeah, I actually got a couple of those for my nieces and nephews and stuff for Christmas. I got an axolotl engraved one because one of my nephews is like obsessed with axolotls.
I actually considered buying machines specifically for making those crystals too.
That I'm not surprised by in the slightest.
Well, I'm working on getting my tax ID and my business license so I can actually start it.
Yeah, I think you were telling me that the other day.
Yeah, I have to go to the IRS to finish that. I started it, and then I didn't pay attention that you have to finish it in one sitting, and you have to finish it before closing time that day at the IRS office
Ew.
to have the application go through.
Ew.
So I went through the whole process of filling it out, and then it was like, nope, sorry, and you can't save your progress. They do that to keep people from using bots and filling out hundreds of them, you know, over and over and over again. You have to do it live right there on the website. So
Still, that sounds awful. Like, God forbid you get busy and you're like, dang it, I gotta start all over.
yeah, that's pretty much what happened.
That's awful. I'm worried that with the way that the tax laws might be changing, since you, like, have to work and all that kind of stuff to get benefits or whatever it is with the stupid, beautiful bill, I'm worried that it's gonna kind of force my hand to make it an LLC rather than just a sole proprietor, but we'll see how that ends up playing out.
Well, LLC isn't going to be that bad.
Still
Basically,
more
you're going to have to follow the
paperwork I
same
have
route
to
that I
do.
am. You just go to irs.gov and
Yep.
you start the process of getting a tax ID for your business, and then you go to, I don't know how they do it in Massachusetts, but you just got to file for an LLC.
Well, I have to do it through Rhode Island, but the problem is if I ever move, then I gotta do it again or change things again, and just didn't want to have to do more paperwork.
Not necessarily. The only time you'd have to change it depends on the state law. Like if your state doesn't allow you to have a business in your state from a registered LLC from a separate state, then yeah, you would have to do that. But a lot of places they'll register their business in like Utah or something like that because their business laws are a little bit easier to work with.
Yeah, I have a feeling that's why my landlords probably have a business in California,
That's probably why.
which is stupid.
A lot of places will do that because of the liability burden in California is harder to bear. Like if you want to sue them, you have to sue them in California, and the protections for a business owner are a little bit better there for now.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be able to do that if you live here and you're only running that to be a landlord.
Yeah, that's the reason why a lot of states have restrictions on how you can do that.
So, chances are they probably have some sort of family out there to work around that rule, but when I looked them up, I was like, oh, go figure. They just turned themselves into a business, like, a month or two prior to signing for this location, and they put themselves out in California.
You'd be surprised how many people just have a P.O. box out in California. And they
Just
have
to
it
get around
automatically
it?
forwarded somewhere. Yeah.
So stupid. Shouldn't be allowed. They're already doing, like, so much shady shit.
Well, you'd be surprised, though. A lot of states, when it comes to property management, they're still liable in the state that they operate in.
Yeah. But they've done so much. My poor neighbor downstairs told me that they have her set up as a business because of the way that the building is set up. And so her electricity is set up under a business account, even though she is not herself a business. So she can't get on a payment plan or anything because of the way that the landlord was having her set up her accounts, which isn't fair to her. So her and I are trying to figure out how to move forward. Though that individual problem is not my problem, there are so many other things with the landlord that are my problem that I'm just like, well, I guess we'll just discuss all this bullshit that keeps going on. I don't get it. I don't get how they can ruin the law, like, work around certain laws to set up stuff like that. Like, how? You don't live there. You live here. How are you doing that? Because I'm sure you're just paying either less in taxes or finagling something in that manner.
A lot of times it's not even for tax purposes. It's just for liability. Like, say they're neglectful with something and they get sued. The amount that they can be sued for would be limited under the state law that they're registered in, but that only protects them a little bit. If they're negligent, there's nothing that can protect them. Their local state law would take over at that point.
Yeah, wow.
A lot of the times they will register in another state like that to prevent frivolous lawsuits and being attacked that way.
Yeah. All I know is it's annoying and obnoxious, and I'm sick of everything that they do. Or don't do. But yeah, I am mildly concerned that I'm gonna have to, like, jump through hoops and try to see about getting myself turned into an LLC, to make sure that things are in line, but I don't know if that's actually what's going to happen or not. I don't know how my job functions moving forward. I just don't want to lose my health insurance. Because I cannot afford anything medical related if it weren't for my insurance. For those of you that don't know, a therapy session is $300 a pop, and I go to one every week. I cannot afford that if it were not for my insurance. I don't have a spare $300 a week.
One thing I would recommend is if you're going to go that route, I would look into it yourself, but I would absolutely spend the money to talk to a lawyer that deals in that type of work, to have them review it and do the footwork with you to help you with it. I wouldn't just pay one to do it for you, but I would absolutely get legal advice before you finish filing the paperwork.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do anything, like, rash and just, you know, crazy. I'm not gonna try to do all of it myself or anything, but just the fact that I might have to is annoying. Don't want to.
That's another reason why I don't sell the nail polish that we make yet, is because of liability concerns.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't count for the business cards. Get me that quota. I got people lined up for you.
Yeah, we've been working on the pricing scheme, like what it would cost to get the materials, the labor to make them, any design time that would take to make them, processing them, mailing, things like that. We were working on the poker chips.
Yeah.
A bit easier. The biggest problem is the availability of the business cards. Like, I can buy 100 cards and get them all in, and they're all the same, and I go to reorder them, and they're never in stock ever again.
Yeah.
Those, you remember those dog tag shaped bottle openers that we were going to use for your dad's wake?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I still can't get those. They've never made them again.
That's ridiculous.
Yep, the company just, I guess they weren't popular enough to retool the machines to make them again, so. And I had a lot of people that wanted them. I had a business that wanted me to make like 200 of them for them. Can't get them. And I have not been able to find a similar one from another company that was the same quality.
Right.
I ordered some that were from another supplier, but they bent before they opened up a Coke bottle, you know, a soda bottle. So yeah, we're not going to go with those.
Yeah. I don't know if you were here one of the nights that I said it, but my dad's mom decided to text me and be like, "Oh, we're having a party on this day. Your brother's gonna be there." I just ignored her. I was like, uh-huh. I literally didn't respond to the text message. Didn't hear from her after that. And I'm just like, I do not care. Will not be coming over your house, lady. You can just consider me no longer your grandkid. I just loved how she tried to be like, but your brother's gonna be there. Like, I actually see him outside of your parties, ma'am. Don't care if he's gonna be there. I have plans, actually, to have my brother and the kids come over to Joe's house to go in their pool. Because apparently Joe's nephew asked if they could come over. Because he doesn't really have any friends, and he wanted my nieces and nephews to come over and go in the pool with him. Should be good for all the rainbow spots, and then I can kind of tone them down from there. Drag my finger across that one. So, for those of you who have been seeing me put these rainbows on there, that's not how it's gonna look when it's done. It will look something like this. Which I think is actually pretty freaking close to...
Yeah, it is. If you look at... Here, let me cast it again. So I can compare the two. Yeah, that is really close. Look at that. That looks really good compared to the in-game one.
So... yeah. I'm going to change those back. Valius, hello. You like living in California? Never been. But you heard the recent law case that Games Workshop filed against gigantic amount of small businesses that operate via Amazon and such, and that the lawsuit was filed in USA despite the fact that Games Workshop is from UK. US laws have more holes than cheese. Yeah, I know. I don't know about that particular thing, but I do know that the US laws are ridiculous. So many loopholes and whatnot. Alright, I need to let this dry because the dry brushing technique will not work on the wet paint. It'll just make it mushy. So, doing the correct thing and washing the brush. Well, I have therapy in like 44 minutes. So this is probably just a good time for me to stop since I already have to pee. By the time I do that and come back here, it's gonna be like 5 minutes before I want to stop, and yeah. So, it may be noontime, but I'm out of here. I'll be back on at some point tonight. I just don't know when. Camera in closer.
I think you made a lot of good progress. At least since I rejoined you this morning from when I left last night.
Yeah. Well, this is basically almost done. I'll probably just use the airbrush with the clear coat and give it a big once-over.
Oh, you know how Mike, or did your guys' Joanne's close where you're at?
I believe they're all fully closed because Michael's bought them out.
Yeah, I knew that. Michael's bought the trademark on some of their in-store items. You know, their Joanne's brand sewing machine and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
I went to ours. We had one here in Tucson that the regional warehouse was dumping off all of their stuff, so they stayed open like 2 months longer than the rest of them did. And I bought I forgot the name, starts with a Y. It's a Japanese brand of airbrushes. Really, really nice ones. I got one that uses the little cup on the top and the one that uses the bottle on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a really nice automatic compressor. All the lines. I mean, the compressor was almost $400 normally, and the airbrushes were $200 normally. 98% off.
Jeez. Yeah, I was hitting up the stores when they were 80% off, and I was able to get a thing of Velcro. This lovely thing right here, actually. This thing was full, and apparently normally it's $10 a yard. I got the whole thing for $10.
Mm-hmm.
So that was great.
I was able to get 2 airbrushes, the compressor, extra lines, the cleaning kit, extra bottles for the airbrush it uses, the small bottle on the bottom, all it for $122.
Jeez.
A full airbrush kit from beginning to end, the whole system for under $125, including taxes.
That's crazy.
It was like all of it was really dusty, like they found it in the back of the warehouse and couldn't figure out why it wasn't selling. So I got really lucky because I didn't own an airbrush system until we happened to wander in looking to see what was still left over just for the fun of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I went back to this lock security cabinet and went, ooh, ooh, ooh.
Yeah.
Lady J stood there and like guarded it like she was like, you know, guarding her young as I went to go find somebody to be like, unlock the stamp cabinet.
Gib
thing
in here now.
Yeah, I got really lucky.
Yeah.
So now I have to learn how to airbrush all over again.
Yeah, I own an airbrush. I've never actually used it. My dad helped me get all the stuff for it. We went to like Harbor Freight and stuff together, and I went and looked for the ones and the things that I wanted. But I haven't put it all together. I don't know what's really stopping me at this point. I'm probably gonna set it up in the next day or so, because I want to put a clear coat on a bunch of the crystals and stuff. And it would be significantly faster to just airbrush it on than it would be to hand paint all of the gloss coats. So
Please don't try to do it in your room.
no, I'm gonna do it in here.
That would be a bad idea.
I'll just clean whatever goes elsewhere.
No, the volatile chemicals that are going to come off from the solvents in the paint are going to flood your room with it. And you got to remember, you still got some animals in there with you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to have to do that outside off camera.
I'll wait until the 15th and do it at Joe's house then. So I can do that outside there. I don't have it outside here. That's why one of the biggest reasons of why the heck I want to get out of here. I want a house and not pay $1,800 a month for crap.
I still can't believe that. I told Jay about that, and she literally, her jaw fell open.
Yep, that's how much I pay to live in this shithole.
I literally pay for our house, and my son, he lost his job, and he's been going back to school to finish off his degree, so I've been helping him out. I pay my mortgage and his rent, and I still pay less than you do. And I pay, his rent includes his water, but not his electricity. $1,800 covers my mortgage, and I have an 1,850 square foot house with land, a little bit of land, not a lot, but a little bit. And his mortgage and all of our utility bills. We pay about $1,800 a month.
Doesn't even scratch the utility.
I did not realize how bad housing on the East Coast is right now.
It's
I went looking
so
into it after we
bad.
talked about that, and it was because of not because of, but it happened when COVID started. The prices of stuff went that high.
Yeah. Well, rent was always like this, but yeah, the prices of houses have gone up. I want to say pretty much every house has gone up about $100,000 in the last 3 years.
Jesus.
So $100,000 more than what it was.
$1,800 a month, you could buy the house that's across the street for us for sale. It's 2 stories and 2,790 square feet.
Yeah. Well, like that
Backyard,
1,800
2.5
doesn't
car
even
garage.
include electricity or gas.
Jesus.
Gas is another 30, electricity on a slow month where I'm not running AC is about $180.
I really can't calculate my electric bill all that much because we've got solar panels. If I add in what we pay for my monthly payment to pay off the solar panels plus my electricity, I pay like $170 a month on the loan for the solar panels, and then my electric bill will be anywhere from around $20 to $50 because I run too much equipment here in the house.
Yeah.
During the daytime, I sell electricity. I don't pay for anything. I make about 9,000 watts during the day, and I can turn on my AC, my dryer, the dishwasher, all the lights in the house, Xbox, laser tools. I can turn it all on, and I don't eat that much power.
Yeah, see, that's
Now it's
crazy.
only nighttime, though.
Yep, I try to use like next to nothing, but Rhode Island Energy decided to back away from National Grid and then raised their prices. So even though I'm somehow using 24 or 25, I think it was 25% more electricity than last year, my bill went up by 54%.
We have time of day pricing is really, really bad here. Like if you use it from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. or from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., you pay the most amount for it. You can choose a plan that you pay bulk, but you pay more per kilowatt when you pay bulk. If you get a plan where you don't pay as much out of those peak hours, it can be cheaper if you can like reschedule when you do your laundry, when you run your dishwasher, things like that.
It's frustrating because they tack on all kinds of delivery and service fees.
Yeah.
So my usage isn't actually that bad, but what they charge in delivery and service fees is actually more than what they charge me for usage. Which
Yeah,
I think
they have to be
is
really transparent
insane.
about that here in Arizona. They have to explain to you why they're charging, and a lot of the times it's because they're buying their electricity from a different provider. And that's how much it costs them to buy that electricity from someone else.
Yeah, in the summer, I believe it's 16 cents a kilowatt.
That's about what I pay here in the summer.
But that's they charge you the delivery fees and stuff like that is all based off of your usage, so it jumps it up quite a bit.
Oh, wow. Ours is actually kind of almost a flat rate. It's tiered. When you use like 0 to X amount of kilowatts, you pay this much. If you go from X to Y amount of kilowatts in a big chunk, then you pay that much. And then when you hit a cap, they don't charge. It's only like 3 tiers or 2 tiers high. When you're on a residential, when you go to a business, it's like a 4-tiered system.
Yeah, no, it's not like
But
that
I sell
here.
so much electricity back to the power company with my solar panels that it's no big deal. Once I pay off my solar panels, which is like going to be next year, I'll be getting a check back from the power company every year.
Yeah, see, I want to do something like that.
I purposely bought more solar power capability than I needed for my house just for that purpose.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. If you're eventually going to be able to do something with it, then go for it.
Well, I want to be able to put those mini split systems where you have the small little heat pump compressor outside and a single vent for a room.
Yeah.
I want to get one of those for my garage, which I use as my workshop, because when I'm out there working in the summertime, even with the garage door open and the fans blowing, it's 125 degrees, 130 degrees in the garage.
That's insane.
So while I'm sitting out there making stuff on the laser, it is really, really hot out there.
That's gross. That is a no thank
That's a
you
sauna.
from me. That's a no thank you from me.
That's the worst it's ever been. It was 125 degrees. But on average, if I went out there right now, for me it is 9:27 in the morning. And let me take a look. I actually have a wireless thermometer out there. It's 100 degrees outside, and my work area is 90.
Still
at 9:30 in the morning. So it's already 100 outside. We're in triple.
No, thank you. And
Yeah,
that's
but the
why
humidity's
that's why the house across the street from you is so cheap. It's because no one wants to live in 100-degree weather. I can't take it.
No, actually,
I would melt. I would melt. There is no me that functions with that.
You'd be surprised. It's not as bad as you think. Now, if you stand outside in this direct sunlight, it's horrible. I love it. I'll drive my car and it'll be 108 outside, 109, and I have my windows rolled down. I don't even use my AC. I enjoy it too much.
Ugh.
I love the heat.
Ugh.
You can't tell though because you don't sweat. As a matter of fact, most heat injuries that happen here is people don't realize that they're not sweating because it's so dry that they dehydrate.
Yeah, my aunt and her kids live out there, and she's always just like, but it's a dry heat. And I was like, I don't know what that means. I only
You'd have
have
to go-
90% humidity.
You would have to go to a gym or someplace like that and go into a dry sauna that's 110 degrees, and you'll see.
Alright, I really gotta go because I've been standing here like pee-pee dancing.
All right.
And so I started doing more work on the crystal that I shouldn't be doing.
It's because
So-
you got talking to me.
Yeah, but it's okay. I like talking with you, but I really gotta go now because I have therapy in about 32 minutes. And I
Alright,
still have
I'll
to go to the
disconnect.
bathroom and I like to do all my morning stuff, so. Who we rating?
If you get back on later, I'll chit chat with you.
I will, I just don't know
That way
when.
you can have someone to talk to while you work, so your mind doesn't start racing too much, thinking of ideas and things like that. You seem to be able to concentrate better when you're chit chatting with someone. I'm the same way.
Only if I'm not engineering. If I have to like engineer a part, I'm just like everything around me has to be quiet so I can think through the actual like logic about how something needs to get put together. Well, let's read Pyra. I never get to read Pyra, but I also have to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna have to put Pyra on my
All right, I'm gonna
phone.
disconnect now. Everyone, take care.
Good night, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Or good day, good morning, whatever it is now. I don't know. Alexa, stop. I'm gonna start doing the have a good time zone to people now. I have to be so freaking bad. Okay. I'm gonna put Pyra on my phone. So I'm not gonna be able to hear her when the read starts. Okay. Goodbye, people. Good day, people. Have a good one, people. I gotta go to the bathroom. Bye!